in our communities or whatever, but we do have, as older men, a lot that we can pass on. And with the Nova Scotia Brotherhood, health is first and foremost. And there's all different types of health. We know that for sure. But again, my name is Pastor Stephen Roth. I am the pastor of Copper Road United Baptist Church. I live on Maroon Hill in Middle Sackville. Anyone from Maroon Hill here? Anyway, let us get to it. Our Father and our God, we come before you this morning, thanking you for the opportunity for men to blend together in mind and spirit and in person. Lord, we thank you for each and every one who has taken the time to put all these events together. I know that we have a lot to do this day, and we just pray, Lord, that you would continue to enrich us in an understanding of a legacy, a future for those who are coming behind us. It's good to see some of the young men that are coming forward and then expressing their thoughts and ideas as us as older men sort of sit back and watch and even do. So Lord, we just pray your blessing upon this day and all that is happening. Open up our minds, enrich our minds, give us an understanding, give us a wisdom that comes from you so we can really understand and appreciate who we are, the lives in which we have lived, and how you are not yet done with us. So Lord, bless this day as we come together as men. In the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen. Amen.
Who did that to you?
Where's the hot? Yes. Yes. Listen, thank you so much for the prayer, brother. I think Sister Danielle's going to say a quick one, too.
So, it's all good. So, just introduce, this is our director for the Nova Scotia Brotherhood and the Sisterhood. Sister Danielle here, Danielle Hodges. So, she's going to lead us into the next couple years. So,
So I just want to quickly say welcome and a huge thank you to the planning committee and all of the staff for bringing you guys all together. I will say it is very powerful to see everybody's in the room. I hope you have a wonderful day of learning, growth together, knowledge exchange. I know it's going to be a great program. So welcome, have a great day. I'm going to leave the space so you continue to have a safe space for men to come together and slam talk and correct. Thank you.
I'd like to acknowledge Senator Ince is here with us today. Thank you for coming and joining us today. Thank you. I'd like to have some remarks. Councilor John Young, District 14, Upper Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
I'll just hold this. How's everybody doing today? Good. Everybody's okay? So today we're going to get as much as we can out of this day. I have a few remarks. The brother mentioned the land acknowledgement, so I'll bypass that. So my name's John Young. I'm the counselor for District 14, pardon me. And it's Hammonds Plains, Upper Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, Upper and Middle Sackville. On behalf of the Halifax Regional Municipality, Mayor Andy Fillmore, and my colleagues at Regional Council, it's an honor and a privilege to be here today and welcome you to the 6th Annual Nova Scotia Black Men's Health Conference. This is my first. So we're gathered here not just as individuals, but as community, common unity. This keeps them coming off. This full day event is more than a conference, guys. It's also a space for open dialogue. We can find learning and connection. So if, I don't know, is it being streamed too? Yeah, so people in person, the people online, virtually. Your presence here speaks volumes of the strength and resilience that we have as a community and as a people. We'll have the opportunity to engage in expert-led conversations, workshops, transformative breakout sessions, covering topics like mental health, nutrition, addictions, financial wellness, legacy, relationships, redefining masculinity, and self-awareness and responsibility. This is designed to equip us with the practical tools, both physically and mentally and collectively, so we can advance in the society. Please participate fully, ask questions, share your experiences, and support one another. This is a day of inspiration, reflection, and action. Breakfast will serve, lunch will be provided, but the real nutrition and the real nourishment will be the conversations and the strategies that we share to build greater communities and greater people as a whole. I'll leave you with a quote from Dr. Wayne Dyer, and just something to think about as we engage all day. So when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. You guys enjoy the day. Peace and blessings. Thank you.
So like we said, we're streaming on YouTube and on Teams. So thank you for everybody joining online. We're also streaming into the correctional facilities across the province, not just here. So they can Washington,
Yes, sure. Oh, you had it? They need it. Yeah. Yeah.
Brothers, you did it again. Look. Look what we got here. So this is the 10th year for the Brotherhood. 10 years. We started with that, nothing. And look how it's grown. Mario Roll, Brother Mario, and I started this idea of conference 7 years ago now, because we lost 1 year to COVID, but this is our 6th. And you know, it's grown bigger and better every year. So let's make it a success. Speak up. We want to hear your experiences. Share your knowledge with us. Tell us what we're doing right. Tell us what we're doing wrong. One other thing I want to do, and maybe this will be done later as well, is just to acknowledge the loss of Brother Dwayne Winter, who was a big part of our program, our community liaison right from early on. And we lost Dwayne far too early. Those of you who knew him, he was bigger than life. He was a big man, big spirit. He loved to laugh, he loved to joke, he loved to tease people. So if he wasn't teasing you, you weren't in the game. End of story. But let's just bow our heads and just for a moment recognize and remember Dwayne. Lord, we thank you for having had Dwayne, his wisdom, his hard work. He loved his family, loved his community. He's a huge loss. We can't replace him. But we thank you for having had him, Lord. Thank you. That's all I got. Have a good conference.
All right, we're about to get into the. Gotta lean into it, Trey. We're about to get into the first bit of the nutrition, right? For Brother Shane Barnes Clayton. Oh,
My bad, Chief. It's all good, brother.
sorry. Brother Chief McLean, welcome you up, please.
I can't hold this thing. Good morning, brothers. Good morning. Yeah, actually, it really truly is an honor to be here today, and it's actually very powerful looking at. I get to speak to a lot of folks. It rarely looks like this room, though. So I just want to thanks to the obviously the organizers who put this together. Thanks for the invitation. So I ended up here today because I got a call one day about, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago from Joe Colley. And Joe said, first I wasn't going to take his call, but then I said, oh, that's Joe. I'm going to take Joe's call. So I was like, Joe said, yeah,
would you come say a couple words at the Brotherhood? And I said, I think I said sure at the end of the day in terms, I said, check my schedule. And, but it was like, so what is it you want me to talk about? They calling for me, brother? Oh. So Joe was just like, man, just talk about where you came from and how you got to where you are. And I was like, yeah, that's no problem. Then I was like, so, how long do you want me to talk? And he said, oh, man, just like 10 minutes. I said, geez, well, yeah, no problem. It's cool. But for me to talk about where I come from is, I'm a product of my family. I'm a product of Manor Street. Manor Street's where I came from. I was raised by a single mom and my grandparents, and I can't speak about anything about I've done in my life without talking about them. People before me spoke about, they talked about, your lineage, the importance of those who came before you. My mother, who's 84 years old now, I just had to move her into a home actually this week. So, and that's tough, right? And the reality is, my mother's been my rock for my entire life. We've worked collectively on God's Street for 80 years. And I've only done 30 of them. So, what she instilled in me is she was a hardworking, proud Black woman with humility. And I've never lost that in terms of where I come from. So I honor her. And as well, my grandparents, who were an extremely integral part of my life growing up. Like I said, we live in a community now that doesn't look like a community when I grew up, right? I still get back there. Well, my office isn't far from there, so I get up to the neighborhood quite a bit. There are very few folks around from when I was there. Some say that's progress. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But the reality is it's change, and change is inevitable for all of us. Certainly the world I live in, I work in terms of policing has changed so much in the last 32 years. There are things we do now and that I would never even contemplate it 30 some odd years ago. But that's the reality of change. The other part, and this comes back to the invitation that I got from Joe, the other part about where I am today, and I've acknowledged this publicly, is I'm where I am today because of the impact the Community Y had on me growing up. The Community Y was an extremely integral part of my life. And it was there for a bunch of reasons. So I have to shout out to guys like Joe Colley, who was our coach back in the day. Give him some love, yeah. Joe, who was our coach back in the day. And the funny part about it is, we got having conversations not too long ago with Thane Smith, we were talking about, Joe was coaching us. Joe wasn't much older than us, actually, at the time. Driving us all around the province and stuff like, if you thought about that now, you look like, man, that ain't, but Joe, the reality is, and what the Community Y did for me, personally, I think is that it instilled a few things. One is a sense of belonging. And when I say a sense of belonging, I mean that twofold. Not just belonging together, as teamwork and teams and friends and people like Link and people I've known all my life that will always be close to me, but belonging in the sense that you belonged wherever we went. And that's one thing that the Community Y instilled upon us. You belonged no matter where you went. Success. We had success through the Community Y. We won a lot. There's rules in the league now because the way Joe coached back in the day, we'd be up 100-0. We still be pressing. You can't do that anymore, which is probably a good thing. But the reality is, success breeds success. And success isn't just about winning, because we won. We won all the time. But the reality is, we won right. We won with class, and we won with dignity, and we won wherever we went, that we were respectful of where we came from. We were respectful of the coaches that brought us there. And those are some of the main things that I think that in terms from the Community Y. And it also impressed upon me the importance of mentorship, the importance of guys like Joe Colley, Bev Greenlaw. And I'll have the opportunity tonight to watch Bev get inducted into the Nova Scotia Sport Hall of Fame. And I actually was privileged enough to actually say a few words for his induction. But, you know, so those things are, so when you're coaching kids or whatever it is you're doing, like, do never underestimate the value and the importance that you have on folks on that. You know, I spoke to some of my folks the other day, and they were talking about, you know, training and all this other stuff. And I go, yeah, there's formalized training, and that's good. We have to do that. We have to do that. But there are so many other things you can do in terms to build not only yourself but others through mentorship opportunities, through volunteer opportunities, through all sort of things. Me and Malik, I actually coached Malik at basketball at King's College way back in the day at one point. And I went to King's for a number of years. And I wasn't the best student in the world at that particular time, but I did what I had to do. But at the end of the day, I ended up spending 9 years on their board of governors. Because that's how we evolve in terms of what are the things we can do. As you know now, I'm the chief of police. I've been the chief of police for the last couple of years. How did I end up becoming the chief? You know, there's no blueprint to that, but I've said it very publicly. I never grew up wanting to be a police officer. I didn't see people around very much that were police officers that were in my community. I became a police officer because one of my best friends, your cousin Warren, always wanted to be a police officer. And we shared a locker in high school. And I came back from Toronto one day and he said, man, yeah, they're taking applications for the brothers down at the police department. So times were different back then. I've said this several times. The last day they were accepting applications, I walked down over the hill, piece of paper, printed off probably something from the library, and sent it in. 30 years later, I become the chief of police. And I still owe, I think, a lot of that stuff to, again, certainly, you know, the values and the pride and the humility instilled in me by my family. Certainly the community wide and the impact that it had on me in terms of recognizing, you know, teamwork and working together and some of those other things. Because at the end of the day, what it instilled in you is a sense of both confidence, which is one of the, self-confidence is a hard thing, and self-awareness, which is maybe even harder in terms at the end of the day. So seeing all your brothers here today having these conversations about this is enlightening and it's heartening. You know, I look back, you know, I've had mentors within and without the police department, you know, going back for many years. I wouldn't start to name them all because I'd leave somebody out and they'd be pissed off, so I get that. But certainly, I think I recognize that my journey has been one with challenges. There's no doubt about it. You know, there are challenges in what I do today. There are challenges in getting there. But I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is that along the way, there were those that made me confident that, and believe that I could do what I needed to do. And I recognize I had a chance the other day to speak to some of the, you know, Devon Clunas, first black chief in Canada, Jamaican born. He was the chief in Winnipeg back in 2012, I think, to 2017. We spoke about 2 weeks ago about, and he said, he goes, becoming the chief of an organization is tough enough, but it's even tougher when you have on your shoulders all the folks like you that sit behind, because the reality is, as we've always seen, I don't judge our progress by success. I don't judge it by my success. I'll judge it by my failure, and when my failure has no impact on the person that takes this job after me, that looks like. And that's not where we're at yet. So that's there is an inherent challenge in terms of representing folks in terms that we carry in terms of when we step out there, whatever line of field that you represent more than just who you are. And I think you guys understand that. You know, so that's important that we come together. Certainly this day of fellowship is extremely important. Like I said, I look back to one pivotal time in my career. I probably maybe go no time, but you can't give me 10 minutes, brother. I just I look at a pivotal time in my career. It was 1999. I've been on the job now since 93, about 6-7 years, and they did a promotional routine. 100 people would have applied, and people said to me, "Why are you applying? Like because we're a unionized environment. There's seniority that comes into play and all this other stuff." They said, you're never going to get promoted because you're just you're too junior and it's not going to happen. So what I said at the time was, I don't know if I'll get promoted, but I know if I don't apply, I definitely will never get promoted. Right? So I applied and I got promoted at the end of the day. I was the last one, but I got promoted, and that set my career on a path of, I've done a lot of different things. I've been a lot of different places. I've been on the shores of Africa. I've swam in the Dead Sea. I've climbed the Acropolis at Greece, all because of the job I have today, of which I'm extremely grateful for. But at the end of the day, when people ask me where I'm from, I'm still a brother from Main Street. All right. Have a good day, Joe. Trayvon, I'll turn it over to you, brother. Do your thing, and thanks a lot.
Thank you. So, on behalf of the Nova Scotia Brotherhood, Chief,
I didn't know I was getting gifts. I would have came last year and you give me a gift.
we just want to say thank you. We know you have a busy schedule, and I had to get Joe. I'm like, Joe. Joe's like, Preston, did the Chief call you? I'm like, Joe, get on him. And Joe was able to strong arm Chief, and he showed up.
Well,
so
you're strong, man.
Yeah, he did. He's here, so we give thanks. So just as appreciation from the Brotherhood, we just want to say thank you for the work you're doing, and to see you and the reputation.
But to that point, and I tell this to, here I go again, but to that point, when Joe reaches out, relationships matter, folks.
Amen.
Relationships matter because there will things you do for those that you have relationships for that you won't for with others. So keep those relationships, build them, growing, and keep on moving. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna pick this up so you don't have to walk so far. Listen, thank you so much, Chief, for grounding us both in the history, but also why it's important to keep that with you as you continue to build your own success. Because it's not just your success; it's the success of your people, your families, and your communities. All right. So, also thank you for the work that you do. Next on the list to give us some nourishment, a little bit on the other side of the spectrum. I'm not saying you're old at all, but another young brother who really is just like the brother who spoke before, a mover and a shaker, and somebody who is committed to community and holding community near and dear as you go about your business and at different levels, right? Obviously in sports, being an athlete, being a student, and then getting into the workforce, getting into fatherhood, getting into continuing to be a family man, right? But also looking at what advocacy looks like and advocating for yourself, but also the people that, came before you, right? We got to advocate for our elders while they're still here, because we will become our elders, right? But then also advocating for the people around you and the people that come behind you. And you're somebody that continues to do that, especially when it's difficult. So I just want to welcome you over to the mic for the Trayvon.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Well, one, I just wanted to say thank you for having me. It's definitely a reason to come here and get over my bed this morning. I am a father now, so I can use that excuse. This is honestly a blessing from above to literally come here to tell you guys about my life. I'm only 27, but there has been some changes in my life, and it will probably get a little personal for me, but I'd love for you guys to know my story. So, my name is Trayvon Clayton, born and raised in Uniacke Square. My mother's Tracy Clayton, my father's Marcus James, and my grandmother, this is where I'm going to start it off. You guys know Pauley's Park, Pauley's Field, over by George Dixon Center. My grandmother was someone who played a huge role in community, for community, and both giving back to community. So I grew up with just feeding everything my grandmother did. My father does a lot of give back, and so does my mother. She would kick me out of my own bed if one of my boys needed somewhere to stay, because that's just what community was supposed to do for one another. So everything for me really started at a young age. I grew up seeing a lot. I seen violence, I seen happiness, I seen this downtime, and those are the things that really woke me to where I am today. So I'm gonna start it off with, I have epilepsy. I'm just gonna give you guys I think I thought of it, I found out how I got it just from where I'm at now. I study gender-based violence with ANSA. African Nova Scotian Affairs, studying gender-based violence research and intimate partner violence. So growing up my whole entire life, I grew up in a broken home. My mother and my father were never together. And so, when you're that child in between, when mom's on this side arguing, dad on this side arguing, you're that kid in the middle to be thinking, I don't know who to be mad at right now, if I get mad at mom or get mad at dad. So there's a lot that I hold in. And as a man, guess what we're told? You can't show that. You can't show your emotion. You can't show no pain, no struggle. Because if you do, you don't belong here. You're weak. And I was one of those kids that always tried to hang with the big boys. I always wanted to be around the big crowds and be in that crew because if I had to fit in, I had to show them that I was a tough kid. And I seen a lot of my relationships with people go left instead of right because of where we were growing up and the things we were seeing into that kind of term. And so when I say to that, because intimate partner violence and gender-based violence has such a huge role that we don't see because we're so scared to talk about it. So I just wanted to say that like being vulnerable is probably one of the most essential things to do, especially with brothers, with each other, when we look around this room to tell one another. And so it was back when I was a kid, there was a day, I think playing for the community wide, we had a championship game and I had like a blackout moment. And so when you have epilepsy, you black out. It can happen at any time through your day. And so I had a blackout moment, and when I came back, everyone was just kind of in front of me. And they were just like, "Are you okay?" You were asking for things like water. But so when I had that moment and to now, I reflected back, I'm such an emotional person. I think that's why I have epilepsy, because of all the things I seen growing up. And as a man, all the things you hold in the back of your brain, the gutter box, it starts to build up. It starts to destroy you. All us men, we are not invincible. We do crack and we do fold. And so it really got very personal when I lost a little brother, Tristan Reese. Aunt Dale Adams, her son was murdered. And I held a lot of guilt to that. And that was when I was 19. I held a lot of guilt to that because that was just my little brother I had in the community. He was always on my side. He was on my hip, and he was going everywhere with me. I took him to Toronto and stuff. And then when he was murdered, I felt that I took the blame because I was a brother that he was looking up to. And so that triggered more into my brain. And when I would go look for help, a lot of people from the community were saying, just be quiet, go to your room, sit in your room, and keep it to yourself. I did that, and it triggered epilepsy even more for me. So I lost Tristan. That gave me a scare in my life, because also at the same time I got into things like politics. 17 it was, I stood against street checks with community. That was pretty, sorry. No, but I learned a lot. No, but I learned a lot from being around those tables with you guys. And so I really do appreciate it. So I stood against street checks, and then I was at Parliament Hill, stood against systemic racism at Parliament Hill with Justin Trudeau. He came to Halifax, first prime minister to ever come to the Black Cultural Center. It shouldn't have to come down to something like that, but to come apologize to community. And then Tristan dying, so that was just a lot on my mind at the time, and I didn't know who to talk to, didn't know where to go. And then as I got a bit further in life, I just kept looking to give back. There's no better feeling than giving back. Everything you have is meant to be given back to community, to the people. That's what a torch is for. It's not to be meant to be held on and carried for so long that it goes out. You have to pass that on, because the next generation is the next group of gasoline that we have. And so I'm a little nervous. Preston didn't, I don't know where he is, but he didn't prepare me for all. Got double nervous to be here with you guys. But so my next was, my father said something to me one day. He was like, after the whole Justin Trudeau thing, he was like, "You're gonna be a politician." I was like, "No, I'm not," because one, the president right there himself, Mr. Lendell, that's someone that I always had my eye, like he was a big inspiration to me growing up as a child. Lance, you can clap your hands too. I seen a lot as a kid, and to where you are now, you're doing a lot for the community. It's needed, so thank you. But so I'm into politics, and Lindell is someone that just made me want to take that step, because that's what we need. We don't have enough people in those doors. We need to be around those kind of tables. I feel like politics is something that properly taught me the game of Monopoly. You know, us in the community, when we learned how to play Monopoly, it's once you go around the board, you collect your 200 and you spend it just as fast as you get it. No, you go around that board, you take your time, you invest and look and see what you already have, what's there, and then you put your time in towards and give back. And that's what I've been getting a lot out of politics and learning. And when you take that step, the people really do pay attention. The community really does pay attention. I had a lot of friends come to me and say, I never voted a day in my life, but because I see a face in there that I know, I will vote. And I had kids rolling with me, going door to door. A lot of youth were actually learning about their community and understanding that it's not what it used to be. A lot of things have changed. And so with all of that, back to, I'm all over the place because you guys got my mindset. But what really has gotten me over the last year and a half or so was, I was told before to be humble. And when I was told that word, to be humble, I already thought I'm pretty humble. Like, I don't do anything. I earned what I have. And it's because of the work that I do for community and myself. And when I was told, I got a little mad because no one has ever told me to be humble. And I think that's why I needed to hear it. And so when I was told that, ended up being in a serious car accident. And I just lost everything because I had a seizure while driving. I was told to be humble. And now the word just, to me, is such a bold word in my face because what you have can be gone within the blink of an eye. And do not take anything for granted. Do not take relationships for granted. Do not take your personal health for granted. And definitely take your personal health serious because it's only adding up. And when I was going through that car accident, the whole process, my grandmother, she had a seizure, so I was carrying on what my grandmother was going through. And then when I had my car accident, I was on my way to go pick up my daughter, and I think that's what God stopped me for. God stopped me because he's like, this is the time you have to be humble. It's not the time to do it with your kid. So when I had my car accident, I got out of the car. There was a total of 8 cars impacted, and I'm still here to this day. I hit cars, and then I hit a tree stump, and my car is totaled, and I got out the car, and I'm still walking around perfectly fine. And I thank you to the man of God, to the man above. I'm really learning a lot more of what faith and hope and everything truly is. I don't go to church, I won't, but I do know when God's talking to you, you're in those ways that you'll see the mysterious ways God does talk to you. So I went through the car accident moment, and now I'm everywhere's on feet. Where's Coach Todd at? And put your hand up. Where is he at? He called me out. He said, I see you everywhere with pushing a stroller. That's probably the greatest blessing that I have now is pushing a stroller around. One, keeps you in shape. Keep you in shape. Right, two, I get to hear my daughter sing to me every day while I'm walking home with her, and I'm really getting the opportunity to see what I truly have around me today and what is present. Because before I'd be cruising in my car, listening to my music, I'm not really looking around to see what's on the outside. I'm just worried about what's in my car and where I'm going to get to my destination, but your destination could come to an end any moment. So for that, there was a day I was at the playground with my little girl, and she was on the playground, but I'm looking around this. I'm like, I wish we could go for a drive. And then I realized the happiness was her right there at the playground, jumping up and down on the swings, running around. I was just like, that's another moment that made me be humble and made me realize, no, it's not for you. It's for what's behind in your legacy. And that's what it's all about for us, to share with one another. It's for our legacy. It's for the next generation coming. And that's why we have to be vulnerable with one another, because if we're not, we're really just hiding a lot of resources and a lot of answers from our community. A lot of our communities have been impacted by things like that. And we're going through a lot of it right now, still to this day. And when we lose someone, we may not know the person, but we know the person's mother or the person's father. So we look at each other still. We still take some guilt of what's happening in our own communities. So we have to really look around the room and truly see who's all around us, because you don't know when that moment is gonna come. And it's an honor to be able to give that, because what you give is what you get. And in order to do that, sometimes you got to step out of your comfort zone in order to become comfortable again. And that's why I got into politics, to actually want to learn these things. I joined the PC, and I know our community does not get along with the PC, but guess what? PC, someone that's around the table, we're not enough with the PC. So that's why we have to join places like that to actually learn. Where we go, we'll have to get places they are at. We're here for our people, and so that's what I'm always standing on, is I'm here for my people, and I'm here for the ones that are here before me, because the next group, they're coming with the same energy, and our next group of kids behind us has just come in 10 times smarter than what we were going before. Jude, I heard you speak last week. Our kids taught through systems, PlayStation 5s, Fortnite, and stuff like that. As adults, we have to agree to that. We have to adapt too. You know, we want them to be outside. Where are our safe spaces? Where are our safe spaces is for our kids to be outside. If we don't come enough together as a group of men, as community, we're never going to get those spaces, because we're not showing our face enough. Like I said, I've been working government. Government's all those numbers. If we step into a room like this every single day, or once a week, twice a week, guess what's going to happen? Our numbers will rise for the things we get in our communities. We'll have to get more support and things like that for our community. And stepping into community shouldn't be a problem for any of us, because it's the only way for our communities to get better. Being involved with your schools, the kids at schools. I used to be one of those students. If I didn't eat, or if I didn't get what I wanted, Mr. Adams, my teacher, he already knew I was that clown. But at the front of his class, actually I was at the back of his class, there was a time he said to me, if you can make noise and make jokes, you can be up here at the front and talk and stuff as well. So that's something that always made me realize, just if you can do it in the back, up back there, make sure to step up to the plate in the front. And I carried it on with me. Wade Smith was my principal. And like I said, when you show face in community, it makes a huge impact. My grade 12 year, he was my principal. I loved going to school every single day. I loved going to school. I would sit in that hallway just so he can say to me, get to class. Just sit there, just so you can say, go to class. But there was no one that made us feel more comfortable than Mr. Smith. And then on top of that, he made us apply for those scholarships. He made us to take that attempt, take that risk, because if you don't take that risk, you're never going to find out the answer. And so I grew with that. When I got to university, I went to St. Mary's, studied criminology. I wanted to be a police officer until I was street checked at the age of 16. That story, I was in the south end of Halifax. You all know what the south end of Halifax looks like, right? So I was down there, didn't drink, didn't smoke, but there was a party. It wasn't a party from our community, it was a party from the other. And I was thinking, if I leave with a group of people, I will get in trouble. So let me leave by myself. But it's funny, because my father said to me, read the Charter of Rights, Book of Rights. I was like, Dad, I want to be a police officer. I don't create no problems. No. In one ear or the other. And this is the thing that we have as parent. I'm a father now, so I know when my little girl looks at me in one ear and out the other, I already know parents are one step ahead. So if there's any kids in here and you're here with your parents or anything, listen, because they're always a step ahead of you. Thank you. So he told me, and I was like, no, I don't create problems. And so I was in the south end. I was walking out near Point Pleasant, and it was a dead end, and there was no sidewalk. But the police officer said to me, get to the sidewalk. But I'm not going to run if I'm not doing nothing wrong. That's where I'm walking to. And then he gets out, grabs my shoulder. I don't care who you are, don't touch me. So I gave him a fresh shot. Might have been a little bit more aggressive, but don't touch me. And then after that, that's when I was pinned to the floor and put in handcuffs and put the back of the heavyweight. At the time, I was thinking, oh, okay, I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy. Because sometimes that's what it takes for us to really understand you're not a big boy when you go through these kind of things. Because when I seen him putting me up for assault and police officer resisting arrest, that's what that is for a black person. Criminal record. These charges. When you have those, they say your career basically over with. So after that, I got home. Luckily, my father and my mother knew police officers. One that I look up to this day, he was a father figure in my community, Dean Simmons. He played a huge role in Uniac Square. And he was at my house waiting. And the police officer looked at me when I got out, and he said, sorry. I'm looking at him like, why are you apologizing? But he's saying sorry because he wasn't properly trained in doing what he was supposed to do. And after that, my father gave me a lecture. This is why you need to know what's going on in the real world, and things like that can get messy. And so that really did destroy my dream of wanting to become a police officer, because of the interaction I had with a police officer. And things like that still happen to this day. But we still have to show our youth that we can be police officers, because look where it can get us and look where we can be at the end of the day. We have to be at these tables, so don't give up. And we still have to show our kids and tell our kids that being a police officer or whatever you want to be, and it's not just basketball. That's one thing I want people to know, is stop just looking at our communities for basketball. Kiki, I see you up there. A big salute to you, all the work you do in the film, because that's huge. It's needed. Our kids need to know more, that more than just football, because that does a lot of damage to ourselves. Basketball does a lot of damage as well. We got to take care of ourselves. You got an A plan. That's your education. Your B plan is your sports. That will take you far, but use your education first. And so when we tell our kids, just play one sport, it's like, all right, that's my main focus. That's as far as I'm going to go. I listened to Kevin Durant's podcast the other day. He said he never had a B plan at the age of 32, thinking about retiring. And so it's really like, if you really do come down to something like that, what are you going to do if you never ever had your backup plan, especially as an athlete? And I know personal friends who were at the professional level and had injuries, but never ever had a B plan. And so sticking to that code of representing yourself for yourself is true to yourself, because can't no one fit in your shoes. We may be, Mr. Adam might be a size 10. I got some shoes if we want to swap for anything, but I can't walk the shoes that you walk, and you can't walk in the shoes that I walked in, because we're unique for who we are. And that's another thing we have to realize. We all have a gift from God, and we have to share it. We all have a unique gift. We all have to pass it on to the next person and share those resources. If we don't, where do we go? We're still stuck on the same spot. Step out of your comfort zone, to become comfortable again. In this gender-based violence position has been teaching me so much new things, because I'm learning at a whole different perspective with how just being in, having things like money, it can get you things that other people need. But when you got money, it's just like, how can this one person make such an impact just because of money like that? And gender-based violence doesn't just happen to women, it happens to men as well. Like I said, when you're in that broken family, that broken home, when parents are keeping kids away from the father, it's obviously going to make a father more aggressive. And that, as men, I need men to understand too. We always want to look physically well, but are we doing well mentally? That's a question, because if you're not doing well mentally, you're really not doing well physically either. You got to think here, in order to keep this going. You got to use these two. You don't use your arms. That's just for the heavy lifting and stuff. I have a daughter, it's their heavy lifting. But I need this and this in order to be there for my daughter. And that's what I've been learning so much of, because when you hold it into your mental state, man, it's only affecting the love. Your love could be rotten. When I step into a room like this and my love's rotten, that's what I'm going to give you guys, rotten love. You guys are going to leave out of here looking at me like, what was he here for? You're going to be mad with me because I never had nothing to bring to the table. So you need to give all that you have in order for us. And I don't know how much time I got left, but you guys, man. So I just want to ask one question as well. What does rich mean to you guys? Say it louder. Say it louder, please.
Money.
Anyone else?
Happiness.
Anyone else?
Good health.
Good health. So happiness, money, growth, families. So peace. So there we go. So now you guys we're into it, right? So this people are probably asking, what is this? But when you spell it rich, RICH. Realizing I create happiness. That's what comes from our culture, from our people. We're rich. Realizing I create happiness through things like knowledge, wisdom, doing things like this. It's not just about the money. Money is a materialistic thing. You're not buried with it. The Roman numerals 7. You get 7 days throughout the week. Every day, you realize you create happiness. And that's what the rich 7 is. And as Black folks, I feel that stands very strong and very powerful for us, because every day we're trying to learn something new and to create and bring that happiness for our community, for our people. And it's truly needed. As we know right now, the community is going through tragic loss of a young fella, God rest his soul, Jaden. And it's sad that we go through these kind of things, because as community, what do? We all want to support one another, but what do we do to support one another? And I feel like that gap has been broken with our seniors, elders, and our youth that's no longer there to go from community to community like we used to. Black Tournament was around when I was a kid. I was in the hallways just running around to see everyone from all the communities. I was excited. Where is that now? Where is that love and peace for each other? We don't get the opportunity to be in the same rooms with one another and smile with one another. The Black Tournament was turning on a torch that was very powerful. Just by the game of basketball, it brought everyone together. And so we need to still do those kind of things, but in these kind of ways, and being vulnerable is one of the key ways. You have to be vulnerable, man. It's very powerful to the point where it's like, we talked about it. I got into a chat with folks and didn't know a single person. But when I told my experiences, I connected with all those people in that room like it was that. So a stranger isn't danger. A stranger can become your best friend or a best resource for you the next day. Talk to the person to the left, talk to the person up to the right, and ask them, how is your day? Because they may tell you it's good, but truly when you get the honest answer from them, you'll get the true feeling of what it's like to honestly be a man. When you stand up to these kind of things and talk to each other truthfully, you'll honestly you'll build the truth of what it's like to be a man. And I have a daughter, so that's what I'm saying. If you got a daughter, then you truly understand the other side of things. When you got a daughter, and feelings is key. Like I said, we do all physically. Man, it stuck with me a time I was walking through the woods, nature, and I found a leaf. When you look at leaves and you see the seasons, everything's changing. So I picked up a leaf and it had a lot of holes through it. It was very beautiful, it was very colorful, but it had a lot of holes in it. And I'm saying this to you because, so you look at the physical color, it's very nice. But when you look at those bullet holes, those bullet wounds, that's how I felt for taking a lot of hits for other people in my community, but no one was giving it back. So as we do that in our community, there's people who take those hits, but we have to continue. We have to get those hits back to one another. We have to support one another. We have to give each other the water, the love, and be vulnerable. And I know I keep saying the word, but that's the word that's on my mind. It's stuck there today because it's all about vulnerability. And when you build that vulnerability, you build that trust. And that's what we need to get in our community is trust. Because without trust, where do we go? Nowheres. So I don't know what else to say to you guys. If there's any questions that anyone has, I would love that. You guys could ask me anything. So anyone, any questions?
Javon, just for me, the experience you faced in Ottawa to get the Prime Minister here, a lot of people in here probably don't know you was about that. Want just talk a little bit about that situation?
Okay, so at Parliament Hill, I had the opportunity to go to Parliament Hill, speak with ministers and stuff about being black in Canada, what it's like to be black growing up in Canada. And when I was there, first time at Parliament Hill, so I'm thinking very highly. Like, this is amazing. I'm coming here with a great positive impact, and I was going to talk highly of Canada, but then I really found out the truth at Parliament Hill. So there was a group of us on the 4th floor, Parliament Hill, and I was on the 3rd floor. Then we're going to do an interview with CPAC, it was a media outlet, and so a security guard came down to the 3rd floor, and he says something. He goes, you know, when someone says, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but they end up saying something rude. He goes, I'm not trying to be racist or anything, but these dark-skinned kids on the 4th floor have to leave. And that's because there was someone who sent a picture of the group of 4 kids, or the group of kids on the 4th floor. They're sitting in the corner, just having fun in their cafeteria because they're excited to be at Parliament Hill. Someone as a staff member sent the security guard a picture saying, what is this? Like, who are these people? Can we get them out of here? So the security guard tried to kick them out. I asked the security guard, could he repeat himself? And he wouldn't do it. He would not say what he said to us. And I was like, no, say what you just said. He tried to flip it. And so that right there, I caught my father because he was there with me, but he left. And I said, Dad, right now I'm going through a serious moment. Like, what should I do? And I was a young man, and this is something we need to do more with our young men, is actually make them take that step too. Make them take that role and step up to the challenge. I called my dad and I was like, what should I do right now? He's like, son, I'm about to get on the airplane. I know you'll make the right choice. Click. I was like, what? Well, like I said, your parents are always 2 steps ahead of you. So listen to when they're talking to you. And so this is what I found out. All cell phones are, hacked, everything. No, not the scary one, but I posted on social media of what happened at Parliament Hill. Once I got back to Halifax, my phone just blew up from all media outlets. It was getting calls from overseas and stuff like that. And I was offered money from government to read a script, to read a script, to not admit to what happened at Parliament Hill. So it took quite some time for it to happen, but they wanted on the media release day. Community was standing with us. They had something for us, like an envelope to read. But my dad, luckily, he was like, don't read that because you know what happened at Parliament Hill. And when I released the truth, that's when they'd had to come to Halifax and say, look, give us an apology, what they did to us. And so Parliament Hill was... It's a great coach. He knows how to get the hair. We're good. Sarah, that story myself. I saw it.
How old your daughter? Will you teach her at that for, well, 3 years?
So my daughter she'll be 3 in December. And honestly, that's one of my biggest challenges right now is how do I deal with having epilepsy is something that it will never go away. And it's something obviously I don't want my daughter to see, but that's what it takes as someone, when you build your stress, you're really destroying your better box. And so if I'm holding in especially as a man, I always ask my dad, you good? My dad will look at me with the biggest smile on his face and say yes. But my dad could have a bullet wound right through his back and he'll still say yes. So it's about us really saying the truth and really telling our kids how we truly feel, because parents as well, don't get too happy. A kid can tell when their parents are hurt. And we can't look at our kids and say, no, I'm good, because that kid will still reflect off of what they're seeing. Like I was talking about earlier, that love you give, if it's bad love, that rotten love, your kid will give rotten love too. And so right now I'm just trying my best to stay as healthy as I can, honestly. And when I see her, she's really just that gift for a reason. She's that gift from God for a reason. Honestly, she's a healing to it.
Oh, Trayvon, do you still have any inspiration to become a politician like you ran before?
So I ran municipal, and I ran provincial. And I did it as I called Virginia Hinch with love and respect. She's from my community, and that's another thing they do. I didn't want it to be a divided, what they try to say to us in community when 2 black folks are looking to run. Oh, this is a fight between, So I called her with respect because I know she was looking to make another run, just like I did with Aunt Sue. It was my babysitter when I was a kid. So I called with love and respect to say, hey, this is my opportunity. Do you mind? if I step into it. They both said to me, Trey, we need people to learn this. So I got into it. And honestly, if community needs spaces and stuff like that in these kind of places, yes, I will continue on because, like I said, kids and the youth, they pay attention. But it's really just learning the game of life. That's what politics is teaching me. It's teaching me the game of life. So yeah, I always want to be involved with it because I need to know what's happening in our communities, as there's a lot of development around Goddard and Street. And when you see Goddard and Street, it was never like that way back. Yeah, it wasn't like that. It was, but who in the community owns anything on Goddard and Street from our community? No one. No one has a barber shop like they used to back in the day. No one runs the stores no more or anything. So it's just where are we at? So where are we now? And that's what's needed in politics so that we can still get what we want in life. And we can't back down or back away from these kind of things when they offer us something on the table. We got to bring an offer to them. We can't just take everything that they offer us because sometimes it's just a band-aid for them. Like, and then they come up with something else to trigger attack us with. Sure.
My question is around trust. What does it look like to build trust when it's ever changing?
So what does it look like to build trust in the community? First, I think it starts off when I think it starts off when you look in the mirror and ask yourself, not saying do you trust yourself, but do I trust things the way it is? Basically, yeah, do you trust yourself? Do you feel that you have that impact to go out there and make that trust with community? And I do feel that I am someone, as I always been, going from community to community, able to talk. And it's about taking that step too, to build that trust. I had the opportunity to chat with some police officers just recently. My father dragged me into it. But it's like when you chat with people, and when you step into their community, step into that community with love and respect. Don't step into it as if you know everything or if you know what's going on just because you heard something on the news or you heard something from your boy. That's not always true. Just like when I went to Africa, people were saying, oh, you're going over there, be careful, be careful. Okay, thank you, but let me get my own perspective. Gain all the knowledge and the resources from your perspective too. Don't just go by from what someone else said. And so that's what it comes down to for me. Like, I'll go to that community, I'll learn for myself. And then I'll come back, okay, but what else can I do to get my foot back into that community? Because the more times you show yourself stepping back in, they're obviously knowing, okay, he's here for a reason. And showing yourself is key. Staying there is key as well.
Hope so. We're going to be finished. Make straight.
And of course, I don't know how long Trey is around, but questions like this, right? We're mindful of time, but in certain conversations, like being vulnerable and us actually having community conversations is more important. So we are gonna get to our breakouts. We are gonna have the talks. Nothing's gonna be rushed. We might condense a couple little bits of lunch, but y'all know how to eat quick anyway, so we ain't worried about it. So next we got the breakouts. I think they're on the second floor. Yes. Once you get up to the second floor, there'll be branding and you'll be able to see which rooms you're going to. Hold on. So the breakout rooms, the ones you're looking for, Black Men's Mental Health, led by Tyler Simmons. You want to give us a wave real quick? Perfect. So then we have Black Heart Health, amyloidosis. Perfect. Dr. Ron Milne, Tyler Brothers, and Joaquin Laguerre. You want to give us a quick wave? Perfect. So that's what you're looking for when you head up. We got Building Healthy Relationships, run by Brother Russell Brooks. Give us a quick wave. That's what you're going to see first. Financial Wellness, led by Brother David Hermans and Clinton Thomas. Give us a quick wave. This is who you're looking for when you get to that room. The final two, we got Nutrition and Physical Health, Kadeem Joseph and Denique Scott. Y'all in this room? They might be ready. And then the last one, Redefining Masculinity in Higher Education, Brother Colder Simmons and Randy Headley. So give us a quick wave. That's what you're looking for. So we're going to get up on the second floor, and then there's branding for your rooms. We got, you know which rooms you chose from, but you'll be able to rotate.
Gentlemen, we're gonna have some media come in and take some pictures. If anybody is not okay with your picture being taken, just let me know. All right. And there's steps over there to get up to the second. All the rooms are over on that side or down that hallway on the far side. See you there.
For anyone that doesn't know me, I'm Russell Brooks. Strong ties to Preston Township. My dad was born and raised in East Preston, Dean Brooks, for anyone that knows him. God rest his soul. Today I'm here, to kind of guide us and lead us in a conversation around relationships. We're here at a Black Men's Conference, so we really want to look at relationships from a Black man's perspective. So everything that we're going to be kind of talking about is really from that perspective. So I'll try to move through this quick, but I do want to just really encourage you guys to kind of lean into the conversation. Participation is really what enriches, this conversation and this opportunity for us to be together. And the last thing that I just want to say is, like, it's a humbling experience, honestly, for me to be in this room with all you brothers. I know a lot of people here look up to a lot of people from community, so it means a lot for me to be able to be in this space with all of you. So we're talking about healthy relationships. So when you hear the words healthy relationships, what comes to mind? And just before you start to respond, and I do want people to kind of just like share what comes to mind, but like, I want you to think about, like, from yourself personally, what comes to mind for you? Not what the media says, not what you see on television, not what you were, demonstrated as you grew up, like what you witnessed. What do you think healthy relationships, what comes to mind? What are the words, what are the things that come to mind when you hear the words healthy relationships? Communication. Honesty. Family. Trust. Balance. I like that one. Yeah. Reciprocal. Absolutely. What else? Anything else?
Boundaries.
Boundaries. Yep. Collaboration. Partnership. Understanding. Absolutely. Those are all great things. Those are the types of lists that we should want to look for when we're seeking relationships, when we're in relationships. Those are the things that we should be looking for and trying to get from our relationships. However, the reality is that often for us, a lot of times our relationships don't look and sound like what we just talked about, right? So let's kind of unpack that a little bit more. So when I think about healthy relationships and really what helps kind of shape how we look at relationships, how we approach relationships, and how we show up in relationships, for me, I came up with some of the kind of reoccurring themes that come up in a lot of the spaces and conversations that I'm a part of. There's more that we could obviously add to the list because there's so many, but these are the ones that I thought would be really familiar for most of us. So the first one that I have here is just, this quote unquote strong black man, the strong black man. Have you ever heard that before? Yeah. The strong black man, right? So this is the myth that, men are just expected to endure everything and express nothing. So regardless of what you're going through, what you're dealing with, you just got to deal with it. You got to endure it, and you can't talk about it. You can't break down and have a moment. You can't pause. You can't sit in it. You just got to be strong. You just got to keep moving through it. No matter what happens, you could have lost a loved one. You could have lost your job. You could be dealing with a health, crisis. And you just got to keep it moving, keep it pushing because you got to be strong. The world has been telling us that we got to be strong. And strong doesn't mean you can talk about it. Strong doesn't mean that you can cry. Strong doesn't mean that you can ask for help. That's what the messaging that we've been getting. And all of that has shaped us and it affected us in a negative way. And a lot of times when we are in a relationship, we don't even know how to walk away from a negative relationship because we're used to just being strong. Because to us, being strong doesn't mean walking away from a relationship that doesn't serve us. The other one that I have here, it says, so I'm talking about how colonialism and racism distorted the image of a black man. From a young age, I remember seeing black men as criminalized, demonized. We played the worst roles in every movie. Every time they demonstrated and represented us, it wasn't something to be proud of. It wasn't something that made me want to be that. And then you internalize that. We take on some of that, and then we show up in relationships, and we're acting all macho. You know what I mean? We're disrespecting our parents, our relatives, our girlfriends, or our partners because we're learning what's being shown to us. So it's important that we understand that. And when we talk about colonialism, that's like white folks really believe that they're better than us, and they control so much of the media, so they can just put anything on the TV, and that's what we're seeing. We're being programmed. We're literally witnessing and observing this everywhere we look. And then you go out into the world, and then when you're reminded, you have an encounter with the police, you go for a job interview, you're into the shopping mall, you're getting followed because this is how they depict us. This is how they demonstrate who we are as men. And that's something that we carry. The next one just talks about the unspoken rules that we learn. We talked about some of it, like don't cry, don't ask for help, don't show no weakness. All those things tell me you can't be human. As a black man, we're not human. Yeah. We're not even human beings. We can't even be a human being. We just have to carry it. We're just walking around carrying this weight. And I'm going to get to this in the next slide, but a lot of times we'll look cool on the outside. You know what I mean? But
the weight of what we're carrying on the inside can show up in a lot of ways that don't serve us. And then it's just really thinking about, the things like these unspoken rules, like don't cry, don't ask for help, and don't show weakness. And then just thinking about how that shows up in our relationships. So for a lot of us, we're emotionally distant. I was that. My dad wasn't somebody that physically showed affection. And as a result of that, I would be in relationships. Girls would literally want to be loving on me, loving, pouring into me. I'd pull back. I need to put a distance up because I'm not used to this. This is not familiar for me. And no one ever taught me any different. So for a long time, I would pull away. I find any reason to run from somebody that literally was just trying to love me. The other one is we get defensive. What, I can't just be quiet? What, I can't just have some space? Why you take everything personal? A lot of times, like, women are just like, hey, bro, like, you good? Like, hey, boo, everything okay? And they were like, why you always asking me if I'm okay? Because they care. They're not allowed to care about you. We feel like we ain't even supposed to be cared about. People can't even ask us, how you doing? How you feeling? Things happen around us. Loss. We can't even talk about, no, I'm good. I'm good. Keep it pushing, keep it moving. And we just keep carrying things. And then the last one just talks about being disconnected. And for a lot of us, that's our reality. We spend so much time in isolation that when we're in group settings, we're uncomfortable. We feel awkward. We feel out of place. We don't even know how to engage and show up in these spaces. So it's important that we understand how all of these myths shape our relationships and how we show up in relationships. And it's really important that we really start thinking about determining what serves us, what being a man should be, what it should look like. We should be defining it, not the media, not the movies, not the music, us, each one of us. Gary, you should be able to say, what a man means to me is different than what it means to Russell, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Because it's up to you. You should determine what it means to be a man, how you want to be in relationships, what kind of relationships you want to be a part of. And then, so we're at a mental health conference. So we're really talking about mental health. So then I just want to kind of think about how does our mental health and the fact that we don't even prioritize it, how does that affect our relationships? All relationships. I'm not talking about a man and a woman, a man and a man, a woman and a woman. I'm talking about with our children, with our family, with our boys, with our, relationships don't just mean an intimate partner. So, I was talking about how there's a lot of guys, you look around and you see guys, they be swole. They be swelled right up. Because they in the gym, they working out, they can lift weights, right? They look strong, right? But being strong on the outside is not the same as being strong and being well on the inside. You might be able to push that bar at the gym, but can you push through the day? When life is really life and life is coming at you, do you have the strength and the emotional maturity and emotional intelligence to navigate what's going on and what's coming at you, And like I said, a lot of these brothers really just walking around and we don't even know what they're carrying. They might have solid posture. They might have broad shoulders, but how do they carry the weight of things like racism? Moving through the world and every day you got to worry about if the police are behind you, if you got a hood up, what you're wearing, the color that you're wearing, your last name, the street that you turned off of, the time of day that it is that you're riding around. These are real realities for us. That comes with a weight. And you need to be able to deal with that weight and process that weight. And that ain't weight that you can push around at the gym every day. The other one is talking about like fatherhood. So the other thing, I felt a lot of pressure. When I became a father, I felt like I had to do every and anything because the world is telling me I ain't shit. The world is telling me we don't do this. We don't show up. We're not present. We're not active. We're not involved. That's a lie. Don't let them trick you. Look around at the people the fathers and you can't tell me that you don't see fathers showing up, being invested, being intentional at the games, at the practices, for Christmas, at the school dances, all those things. We show up, we there. So don't let them trick you. But that puts a pressure on you. Like I said, I'm guilty. I try to be the end all be all, and what happened to me? I burnt out. Because I'm trying to be everything. You can't be everything. You got to pause, you got to rest, you got to recharge. These are all things that we have to do. If we want to be in healthy relationships, we got to take care of us. The other one talks about trauma. There's a lot of things that we've been exposed to, that we've experienced, that affect us. And if you don't deal with it, it's going to continue to affect you and affect the people around you. We don't get to choose what happens to us. There's things that we don't choose. We don't choose who our parents are. Intergenerational trauma is a real thing. But we have to deal with how it shows up in our lives so that we're not bleeding on people that didn't cut us. And the other one that I just wanted to kind of touch on too, because we hear this one so often, and it's the pressure to hold it down. How many times you heard that? You good, my guy? Hold it down. I just lost my job. You be all right, bro. Hold it down. I'm struggling. My guy, you cool. Hold it down. Hold it down. Hold what down? Supposed to hold down how I'm feeling? That's what we're telling each other. But it's cool, right? Sounds cool. Looks cool. We giving props to everybody. Hold it down, my G. Hold it down. Where's holding it down getting us? Thank you. Thank you. So, and again, thinking about mental health, there's a lot of stigma. There's a lot of stigma where talking about going to a therapist, that's white people stuff. Black people don't go in no room and talk about their life. You know what I mean? That's what we say. That's what we believe. But that's doing harm to us. We're carrying so much. We need to learn how to unpack it, how to make sense of it, how to release it. If we don't talk about it, how are we ever gonna, you know what I mean, lose that weight? That weight's always gonna be with us. And that stigma is preventing a lot of people from getting the help that might change their lives. It might change the lives of their children and their grandchildren and the people that they care about the most. And then, you know, there's always that other one. We don't do that. But we don't do that. No, real men don't do that. We don't do that around here. You know what I mean? And then we're just in isolation. We're just walking around carrying the weight of the world, and we got nothing to do with it. It's just bound up. And a lot of times you already know what that turns into. So the next thing is I just want to say something too, because has anyone ever heard, you know, the expression, the revolution should be televised? You know what I mean? Where you heard somebody be identified as a revolutionary. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Nelson Mandela. These are people that always kind of come up when you're talking to people who are revolutionary. And for me, I think something that would be, so what we're doing right now, that shit is revolutionary. We're in a room with all black men talking about our mental health. That's revolutionary. So right now, this is part of a revolution because we ain't been doing this for long enough. This is only the sixth one. This is 2025. Make that make sense. Black people have been in Nova Scotia over 400 years. So we only here for the sixth time. We got a lot of work to do. And that's how we start a revolution. When we take ownership of our lives and our wellness, and we make it a priority, and we make it cool, and we make it the thing to do, that shit is going to change the world. They scared of that. They don't want us to do that. But we can't wait for them to come do it for us. We got to do it for ourselves and for each other. And then, so talking about all of, you know, the impacts of that is that mind-body connection, because when we're walking around and we're carrying all that, it's being stored in our bodies. Do you know where that goes? It goes into your organs. It goes into your body, and you carry stress, you carry sickness, you carry all of these things that aren't good for us. And then also you carry anxiety. You're easily triggered, you're irritable, you're stressed out. And all it takes is for one person to push your button and you pop, you snap. There's been people I've known, been the coolest guy I've ever been around. One person pushed them off that ledge, and now their life has changed forever. Because they didn't have a note, that they didn't have a release, they never learned how to put language to what was going on inside their, you know, their bodies, in their lives, and it's a lot to carry. And when you carry that for too long without finding a place to put it in a healthy way, it can change your life and the lives of a lot of people. So the next thing that I want to talk about is being a black man and this idea of love. And not just the word love, because a lot of people just throw around love. Oh, I love the Knicks, I love, you know, but loving well. As black men, we are deserving and worthy of loving well. But you have to be the narrator of that story, of that love story. You have to find being in the right relationship. You have to be able to say, I know what love is, and I know what love isn't. Because a lot of times we stay in some fucked up relationships. You know what I mean? Because we don't know no better. And on the other side of that is we got to learn to love ourselves. We want other people to love and care about us, but you got to start that for yourself. Because how you allow people to treat you and the things that you tolerate is a reflection of how you see yourself. And for a long time, a lot of us don't see ourselves as something or someone that is deserving or worthy of love, of joy, of peace, of happiness. And like I said, we need to be the ones that are leading that, taking charge. And when we're thinking about love, like I think to my childhood and just the things that I was being exposed to, the things that I witnessed. And many of us learned survival, but not intimacy. Survival, but not intimacy. And for all y'all in the room, intimacy is just not sex. That's a whole nother workshop. We're not going there today. But intimacy is deep. It's connection. It's a bond. It has a foundation. It's rooted in a lot of things. It could be rooted in faith. You know what I mean? There's so many things that build intimacy and create intimacy. And intimacy is not just between a male and a female or whoever your sexual preference is. You can have intimacy with your children. You can be connected and have a bond with your children on a deeper level. But it has to come from a place of love. And love starts with you. How we see ourselves, how we care about ourselves, how we care for ourselves really shapes how we approach love and how we view love and how we define love. And this survival mode, a lot of us are in survival mode. Let me just get through the day. Let me get through the week. Let me get through the month. Let me just get this rent paid. And we're literally just bouncing from one thing to survive to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. So it's hard for us to be connected because we're just worried about, I just got to get this promotion. I just got to get this bill paid. I just got to, and we're just surviving. We're holding on by a thread, and we're only one breaking point away from falling. The next thing is like, a lot of us bring unhealed pain. We bring unhealed pain into our relationships. Unhealed pain into our relationships. And do you know what we do with it? And do you know what we call it? Protection. Because I've been hurt before, or I've seen people around me hurt, I can't show up authentically in a relationship. Protecting myself. What are we protecting ourselves from? Sorry? But are we really protecting ourselves, or are we blocking ourselves from being able to fully receive? You know what I mean? We say we're protecting ourselves. There's times guilty. When I was younger, I have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I'm ready. I can jump out at any time. I got a backup plan. I got a plan B and a plan C. Being honest. Because I'm protecting myself. But all that meant is that I was never receiving love. I was never receiving intimacy. I was never receiving connection. I was never building a bond, something that was more than surface level. Anyone can lay down and have sex. Is that all we want? When you get old, what are you going to do? And I just heard from a friend, but them pills will get you in trouble. And so the last thing that I want to talk about in terms of love is these three things. And there's more things that you could add to this list, but for me, these are really three important things. So it says real love requires vulnerability, forgiveness, and accountability. Vulnerability, forgiveness, and accountability. And the thing that I want, if nothing else, understand this. Vulnerability, forgiveness, and accountability, you need to extend it to yourself before you can ever extend it to anyone else. You hear me? So when Trayvon was down there, he was doing his keynote, he was talking about vulnerability. I'm gonna simplify this for you guys. Because I don't like when we come to these spaces, and a lot of times we ain't having these kind of conversations, so when they start throwing around these words, we're like, what that mean? Vulnerability means we need to start telling the truth. And you start telling the truth with yourself. If you can lie to yourself, you can lie to anybody. But if I can look myself in the mirror and say, yo, I'm not okay, then it allows me the opportunity to say, Papa Grant, I'm not okay, bro. Dean, I need help. If I can't start there with myself, I'm never going to be able to bring that into a relationship. That's vulnerability. Vulnerability means we got to tell the truth. That's really what vulnerability looks like. I'm not okay. I'm struggling. I'm going through it. That's being vulnerable. Acknowledging what you're really feeling and what's going on. Forgiveness. Forgiveness. Forgiveness, forgiveness, forgiveness. Too many of us are literally living in bondage from our past, from our previous relationships, from something that happened to us in our childhood. We're still in prison to something that happened a long time ago. We're not that same person, but we're still tied to it because we haven't let it go. Forgiveness, you got to forgive yourself. My dad was an alcoholic, and that affected me. I observed his behavior. I observed the way that he would act a monkey, and I would be embarrassed. I would be humiliated. We never really had a deep conversation because he was always under the influence. And I had to forgive him. But I had to forgive myself first before I was able to forgive him. And forgiveness, you can't extend it to somebody else if you can't extend it to yourself. You need to let go of the things that are holding you in bondage. You're incarcerated to things that shouldn't have that type of control and power over you. You got to learn to let it go. Forgive yourself. We're human. We're not perfect. We're not flawless. Forgiveness. And again, extend this to yourself so that you can extend it to others in a relationship. And then the last one was accountability.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Okay. Accountability. Hold yourself accountable. If you are who you say you are, then you need to remind yourself, I'm over here saying I'm a good dad. I got to go home and be a good father. If I'm a good husband, I got to go home and be a damn good husband. If I'm somebody that cares about community, I need to be in the damn community. Hold yourself accountable. We want everyone else to be held accountable. Yo, bro, I can't count on you. You can't even count on yourself. But you want to count on everybody else. Make that make sense. And again, I said this to you earlier. Each one of you, every single one of you in this room that's in this building today, you're worthy and you're deserving of love, of peace, of joy, of happiness, of all the things that we want, that we desire. You're worthy of it. Regardless of whatever somebody else told you, you're worthy and deserving of all of the things that you're chasing. So I had an activity that we were going to do, but because we only got 15 minutes, we'll kind of skip through that one. But I'll ask this question because it was one of the questions for the activity is,
I told you when you say, I love you. Yeah, because I used to ask for being with someone, but for me to say to my child, oh, I love you, you know? Mm-hmm. Because action speaks louder than words, when you say, right?
and if you don't know this already, the word love is a verb. It requires action.
Yeah.
Saying I love you is one thing. Showing love is something totally different. You know, showing love can be being present. Showing love can be listening. Showing love can be showing up. Being reliable, being dependable, being thoughtful. That's an act of love. And I asked that question because there's a lot of men from conversations that I've had and things that I've seen when I've grown up. There are some men that, because of a lot of the things that we talk about, men are distant. Men aren't always expressing through words. But there's other ways to show love and convey love, so it's important that you understand that. And then maybe one day you'll get to a place where it's a little easier for you to say it, verbalize it, you know, because then that reinforces love. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's uncomfortable to say it, but I can come and I can hug you and I can show up for you, but words matter. There's certain people that hearing it means everything, especially if you're in a relationship with a woman
You say no more. Yeah, because people like to hear it, right?
Right.
Yeah, most of it is action.
So I do have a picture here, and like you can't see it, but really it's a picture of my dad, my brother, myself, and my son Isaiah. And really I just wanted to show the picture just because I want to make sure that people understand that, like I talked earlier about like things like generational and intergenerational trauma. There's things that our grandparents and our parents go through that get passed down to us. And if we don't deal with it, we'll pass it down to our children and their children. So my father's trauma, even though I didn't sign up for it, it's on me to make sure that I don't pass it down to my children. So I want y'all to really think about that. Like, there's things that we've experienced, and we were innocent. Literally, we were innocent. We had no say in the matter. But we're here now. And what you do with it is what will determine whether your children are going to have to deal with it and your grandchildren have to deal with it. So it's important that we start doing that work now, if you haven't already. So we're here at this men's conference. We're talking about brotherhood. So I kind of want to just talk a little bit about like going from isolation to real brotherhood. And again, like to me, I would say brotherhood is a verb. You got to show that shit. If we just got a brotherhood that don't mean nothing, then what kind of brotherhood we got? What kind of brotherhood we a part of? What kind of brotherhood do you want to be a part of? Saying you're a part of a brotherhood or you want to be a part of a brotherhood or you are a brotherhood should mean something. It should look like something. It should come with a commitment. Yes, sir.
I think it goes back to vulnerability too, and being honest about what you want out of relationships.
Absolutely.
You're starting a brotherhood where it's like, this is what I want from this relationship, and this is how I want this relationship to look. Right? Instead of just like, because it's easy, like, I find that with myself too, right? It's easy to say what's up, short conversations, right? Every now and then, but like you say, action is actually making days where you actually just hang out with that person or that, like, you know what I mean, to make a deeper connection.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, we're talking about healing. You hear the word healing, people are always talking about healing. Healing doesn't do well in isolation. But healing in community is something that can really change your life. And healing can happen in the physical community. It can happen up home, out home, over town, in these places. This is a community. Healing can happen in community. You can create your community. What kind of people do you want around you? Find those people and build a community. And then you can start having conversations about healing, having conversations about childhood trauma, having conversations about mental health and wellness, having conversations about parenting. Build a community that has the same values, the same beliefs, and the same ideas as you so that you can support each other. You don't have to do this alone. We've been doing it alone for too long. So the next thing just talks about brotherhood as a wellness strategy, talking about things like accountability, support, and affirmation. The reality of the world that we live in, we get more love from people we don't know. Make that make sense? People don't even know me, never met me a day in my life. They're rooting for me harder than people that knew me since the sandbox. You know what I mean? So, when I was here a couple years ago, I was giving a little speech and I was talking about garters. And people are like, what this man saying? Like, he making up words. But we all heard it before. I got you, bro. You know what I mean? I got you. Say less. You need something, bro. I got you. Right? What happens when you need to get got? Where they at?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I'm on this way to this girl's house. Check me tomorrow. I got you, bro. Oh, no, bro, I'm on my way over town to party. Like, girls are lined up. Oh, I'm gambling and winning. I'll hit you tomorrow. You said you got me. I need getters. Surround yourself with getters so that when you're in need of getting got, they'll come and get you physically, bro. I'm going to pull up to your house to make sure you're good. I'm coming to get you, and I'm bringing Gary, I'm bringing Dean, I'm bringing Bernard, We coming. I'm coming to get you. Surround yourself with people that are going to come and get you. It's cool to say I got you. It's cool to say I love you. But where are we showing up for each other? How are we showing up for each other? When we're in need, I need somebody to come get me. Them are the people that you should want to have around you. If you can't share something that's going on with you that's hard for you, you need to really look around at your circle. If I'm in this room with all you guys and I can't say I'm struggling, I need to find a new circle. But we stay in them same circles that ain't even reciprocating any kind of connection, any kind of love, any kind of support. We stay there in these broken relationships, these empty, one-sided relationships, talking about some brotherhood. Where they at? You know what I mean? If you don't have that type of people around you that you can say, you know what, I'm really going through it. You don't feel safe enough to say, bro, I lost my job and I just don't even know how I'm going to get through the next week. If you can't tell the people that are around you what's really going on in your life, I encourage you to run and find a new tribe that's a different vibe that knows how to show up for you. And then the last thing is just like checking in. We need to do a better job of checking in on each other. Not just, yo, you good, bro? Little text. Pull up. Once a month, once a week, once every 2 weeks. Life is busy, but make time for the things that are important to you. You never know what that will do for somebody. Literally, you never know what it will do to somebody. Showing up for somebody, they could have been having the hardest week, the hardest day, the hardest month of their life, but someone showing up, just showing that they give a shit. For black men, do you know that black men will jump over the moon if people show up for them? I've seen it. I've seen it. My uncle jumped over the moon because his wife really loves him. When people show up for you, do you know what that does? You think you're Superman now? Let someone show you that they love you, that they care about you, that they really, really got you.
Birthday party. Show up.
Right.
Your brothers and boys come do it.
Right.
And if they don't show up, it's like, what happened to you?
How much time we got? All right, so I'm going to skip that, but so I really was contemplating on how I want to close this session of wrestling with where I want to go with it. So how I'm going to close and what I'm going to leave you with is this. So I'll assume that many of you, if not all of you, have heard the expression, a real one. Anyone ever heard a real one? Yes. Oh, you know so-and-so? He's a real one. Oh, one thing about so-and-so, he's a real one. That fucking guy's crazy, but he's a real one. We heard it before, right? But can we keep it real for a minute? When you think about those quote-unquote real ones, what else comes along with being a real one? Most of the real ones, they live a life of crime. Most of the real ones, they're violent. They're aggressive. Most of the real ones that I know ain't afraid of nothing. Be afraid of somebody that's not afraid of anything. Real ones. Real ones. Them are the real ones. These are the ones we're talking about, real ones. So, I'm going to put my father hat on to wrap this up. As a father, as a parent, as a caregiver, as a mentor, as some of the other kind of roles that I play in community, I want to be a part of raising a future of real ones. Not them kind of real ones. I want to raise a real one. I want to raise a son and a daughter that has the courage to admit that they're afraid and that they're okay with that. There's things in life you have to do afraid. You have to do things with fear. And it's okay. I want to raise sons and daughters in the next generation and equip them with tools, with the feeling of support and the feelings of love, so that when they're feeling things that might not feel good, things that are uncomfortable, they'll still find a way to have a conversation instead of just carrying it and letting it build up and fester until they can't take no more. And then they make one of those real one choices that stick with them for the rest of their lives. And we all say it takes a village to raise a child, right? we're part of the village. So we all play a role individually and collectively of shaping and redefining what it means to be a real one. So I thank you for breaking bread with me, spending some time with me. I don't know if we have time for any questions. I know we started late. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but honestly, it's an honor for me to just be in this space with all of you, to be able to share, to try to pour a little bit of life. I hope that you're able to take something, maybe a few things away from today. But no, honestly, it means a lot to me, and I'm humbled and honored to be able to be here with all of you today. So thank you.
So after this, we have about 15 minutes of vendors. If you guys want to go downstairs and check them out, but that's another 15-minute break. Grab a snack if you want. If you want to sit here and ask Russell some more questions, go ahead.
I do have one.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. First of all, my name is Kenny. I'll start with a couple of comments, and then that should lead into a question. It'll be real quick. A couple of things that I've started saying ever since I became a dad, like through mistakes, is the whole thing you were saying about like pushing through and just putting your head down, whatever. Like my son now, whenever he comes and he's like, "Dad, I'm scared," or "Dad, I'm nervous," like going to a basketball game or whatever. My dad used to tell me, "Dad, that's okay. Don't worry about it." I started telling him that's good. And just remember what that feels like. Well, I'm gonna make you push through it because you need to learn what it's like to be resilient. But not like that's okay, don't worry about it. That's good. But I find that a lot easier to do with my son than it is with my boys, my homies. And that's what I'm trying to struggle to get through. So I just wanted to ask you, maybe what clicked for you that made you evolve or change, or you were having these types of conversations with your boys, with your peers. I got friends that would regularly say, "Man, I'm going through some shit," or check in and stuff. And it's as much as I want to, it's just really, really hard to get there because there's a lot of shit I'm still learning about me being able to show up in that way because I never got that myself.
Right.
So like, why am I able to do it with my son, but not with my boys?
I mean, it's a great question. And it's a process. But you can't move through the process until you get started. So the first thing that I would encourage anybody to do is do something different. And, a lot of how I have changed and evolved and grown is really me being able to kind of identify the things in my life that didn't serve me and wanting to kind of break that cycle. So it's like, as much as I can complain about my father, I can't take that pain into the way that I raise my children. And if there's relationships that I've had in the past with my homeboys or people that I grew up with that, weren't reciprocal, weren't like supportive, then I'm seeking out relationships that provide those things. And it's not always easy, but like there's people I had to let go of. I can love you from a distance. You know what I mean? Like that's the reality is like life is too short and tomorrow's never promised. So if this don't serve me, I need to find something that does or someone that does, and again, it kind of went back to me really learning to love myself. When I started to love myself, flaws and all, that started changing how I would position myself with other people. There was people that had less access. There's people I gave more access to because of how I felt about myself and the way that I respect and carry myself and the things that I value.
Thanks, Russell.
Nope, thank you. And I mean, really quickly before you go, I don't know if anyone has heard of Strengthening Black Fathers. It's a initiative that I'm a part of in response to the fact that black men are like the most underserved and undersupported population. So I have my business card. I'll just leave them on the table. If anyone wants to take one, you can reach out to me, connect with me, learn more about, the Strengthening Black Fathers. If you want to come check it out, I can share the details with you. But yeah, thank you.
supported, you're weak yourself. So something that black men don't usually take up is mental health support, or understand that we need that mental health support. And it was getting to the point where it was becoming so close. Like you coach, parent losing a kid is one thing, but if you coach kids and then you take them like they're your own, and they're losing them to gun violence, it kind of you find yourself searching, and that's what happened to me basically. And with that, I'm like, I'm not strong enough. I need support. I need help, which is the first step of understanding that. So I seek help through counseling, therapy, to help me understand and find my way. But I really said those things have to change when I went through a time with my mother who was diagnosed with cancer and eventually transitioned. And that's where it kind of said to me, don't worry about the broad shoulders. I got broad shoulders, but when this and this is trouble, you need to get support and find ways to empty that energy, that negative energy out of your body, and so you could pour back in positive energy so that you could, for me, it was so I could be that leader, that support to others. So then I started really rethinking it. And another thing that really helped was coming together with a group of black men. It's called Strengthening Father Figures. And seeing black men come together and share with stuff that we're all going through. But the most powerful time being a part of that group was, I don't think there was a dry eye in the room. And it all came from a place of care for our community. And men coming over, and every time you spoke, you start tears, and another man comes over and helps you up. And then as soon as he sits down, he starts to share about his experience. The next thing you know, he's in tears. And I think that night was a really powerful night. And it's made me start to think about how can I support and help our younger men understanding that that's okay to cry and to be, to the society weak, but you're not really weak. When you're able to do that and pour out to get poured into again, you become stronger, if I'm making any sense to you. So I do the transparency. This is my first time presenting and talking about it to a group. I think something that I want to do more because I think it's important. So we'll go into the educational piece.
Education piece. So in the last session, I was really surprised at something, and I hope I would be surprised now, but I hope I'm not surprised. How many of you have had a post-secondary education, college or university? All right. Okay. Well, this is an outlier. I'm still surprised because based on the stats that I get today, 3 or 4 of us would be coming out of university. If we were in high school, 3 or 4 of us would make it out of university. So in a room of all of us, and the majority of us have had post-secondary education, that is really great. And now that messes up my whole presentation.
We'll just pretend.
All right, okay. I was supposed to get something.
Spacebar.
Spacebar, that one's not working. This one is not working. Okay.
Technology is great.
It's a circular class I've been in.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Issues. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's why I tend not to use it.
There you go. There. I gotta press it harder. All right. So this is one of the proverbs that bothers me for a little bit, and I do like African proverbs. In fact, I have over 30,000 African proverbs that I've collected over time, and I'm about to embark on a book of proverbs, African Nova Scotian proverbs. Right, just to add more to my, I don't know why I do these things, but But this is one that bothers me. If you educate a man, you educate an individual, but if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. And if you think of how Proverbs work, it's contextual, right? It could mean education. It could mean the form of supports that are offered in the home. All of these different ways that women usually carries that burden of supporting the majority when men usually are more individualistic. And I'm saying generally, because there are always outliers. There are always other groups of men and women who proves us wrong along the spectrum in these areas.
Can I say something, please? Yeah. Now, the proverb, I'm actually from Ghana, West Africa, and this proverb was said by Kwejabri, who at the time was making a case for women to be educated in Ghana. So if you look at it like just as it is, it might be taken out of context. But he was trying to tell the people of Ghana that let the girl child go to school.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was why he made his.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. And this is something that the book that I'm working on does explain, because I did some research recently, and I asked about Africa about Proverbs, and he said there's no Proverbs in Nova Scotia. There are so much wisdom that exists in the things you say and do contextually. Like, if I don't know if it came from here, an apple don't fall far from the tree. There's lots of apple trees, people will say that because they saw an apple there. But we will go out in a different part of the world and use that same proverb to mean your child, they ain't gonna be different from you.
Yeah, right.
Right. So that's what Proverbs does. All right. Why higher education? And you already know that I'm into higher education, and I try to link this to masculinity just a little bit, just to identify that redefining masculinity asks for you to rethink your identity, and higher education does pretty much the same. You are rethinking what you know. You're rethinking who you are and expanding on and how you see yourself in this world. I saw education as a way for liberation. So for many African Nova Scotian, education meant more opportunities. And when I use the word African Nova Scotians, we're not going to get into the politics of it. You're Black, you're in Nova Scotia, you're African Nova Scotian in the context of this conversation. At some other point, if you want to talk about differences, we can do that. But today, you're Black, you're in Nova Scotia, you're African Nova Scotian. All right? It means self-determination, it means liberation, all of these things. When we think, and even immigrants, when you think of education and going to a new country for an education, one of the participants in the last session talked about selling your family's wealth to send one child to study abroad. So you're believing in something, you believe in that liberation, you believe in the future of an entire family. So this is what education is all about. But I wanted to show you a little bit about, tell you a little bit about where the African Nova Scotian community lies, and to let you know that I have gone to just about every one of them, traveled. I've never gone this way, but I've gone all the way around here to just about every one of them, and even to some of them that are not on the map. Right, as my role in the Delaware Body Day and in the university, I do get to travel, and the research work that I do, I travel and meet people where they're at. I want to point out that the African Nova Scotian community is strong, right? When I presented a booklet on how to introduce elders into PU12, into high schools or schools in Toronto, they soaked that up and asked, how many more copies do you have? and to put in their libraries because they want to know about where the black population, the majority indigenous black population lies, which is in Nova Scotia. The African Nova Scotian people have been here for, we say, over 400 years, probably longer, right? And the roots that are set in these communities, you know that it's deep. They're like baobab trees planted in many of these communities with the descendants standing in public spaces and saying, I am the 8th generation. I am the 10th or whatever generation. People know who they are. So it is a very strong community. Those small in numbers compared to the other groups of like the whites group, it is a very strong community. So we need to recognize that. I also want to point out that I took the time to find out where post-secondary institutions are, and many of them are not located, for those who are squinting to see these little writing, it's just to point out that I don't see any in the black communities, right? So over all these years that, the 400 plus years that we have existed here, we don't have one. You even have, what's it called? Singhan in the Acadian community, for instance, right? So there is something that we really need to rethink when we think education in our spaces. And I need to preface too that education in this context, we cannot see education as only the knowledge or the information you get from university. Education lies in your community. There's knowledge, there's wisdom, there's education. I see wisdom as that pillar, something, and I see wisdom in the Proverbs, for instance, right? You can take it anywhere and it means the same thing, right? And then there's knowledge that develops out of your community. And then there's education that we go and challenge it. You interrogate the education system and knowledge that are coming from different places to create education. And so there's an absence of African Nova Scotian wisdom, knowledge, and education in the school system. And so when someone said earlier, I'm here to find out, to see how my child or even your grandchild would participate in post-secondary education, just know that it's going to be difficult if it helps you, right? Difficult in that the knowledge that you have and the experience that you would have to share with them doesn't exist in the university. It's like two different, they walk out of one door and enter into another space. I do, which I'll talk about a little bit, an elder circle that tries to bridge that gap in post-secondary education. Higher education is where we find belonging. And I say that, and I can share a little bit more on that. We meet mentors. I met my wife there. It's a space where most students don't know is what they don't know. It's a space where you interrogate knowledge, right? And I'll show you a model that I've created in another few slides. But it's a space where you must bring what you know and challenge what someone else is telling you. So I say to my students, if you come to the class and you got nothing to offer, then this class is not for you. Because education is all about, I'm teaching you, you're teaching me, and we're both walking out knowledgeable. So if you're getting what I'm saying is that I'm creating that space for for those who might have said that, nah, school is not for me, just know that what you have, and I asked the question earlier, all those who have gone to post-secondary education, and you guys made my presentation not worth it anymore. But knowing that if you hadn't gone there, thank you, brother, for saying just pretend you guys have never been to school. What you take into the post-secondary education system is valuable just as what you're taking out. And then you go to exams, and then that's a different story. So, the ripple effect. When you present something in an educational space, you gotta know that it will impact not only the people around you, but the next few generations to come. I can think of the spaces that I occupy where I don't have to do much, but young men are saying, I want to be like you when I grow up, right? By just presenting, by just speaking. I shared earlier that many of you might be in awe to see a whole group of black men sitting in a space, but that's my norm. In my office space, I would have 13 black students, 2 would be women and men. It's a space where most black men gather to learn, to study, to have conversations, and so on. And these are the kinds of ripple effect that we can impart on our students. And when I'm saying that I have a space with majority black men, just know that for every man at the university that I am at, there's about 5 to 10 women. For every single man, there are about 10 women. So if I can gather that many men and black men in one space, just know that something is happening. Mount St. Vincent. He wants to go to school now.
That's a predominantly female.
Yes, exactly. So what I'm trying to get at is what the ripple effects looks like. Even in a space where you won't find men, the norm for me is having a lot of black men hanging around and studying together, doing research work, planning activities and events that will impact their lives. So those are the kinds of power that we hold as men. Here is the model I talked about, and I'm just thinking of the strike that is now happening at our university. And some of the students came to me and said, professors aren't in the class, so I don't need to do anything. And I showed that this model, which is the Pan-African flag, you see the colors, specifically put the black students at the base. So when I said at one point that students are responsible for their own education, they were like, huh? So now everybody accepts this model that students are responsible for their education. If the community and the university doesn't do much to educate you, you are still responsible for your education and your future. When these two other entities come in and participate, you will do better because you're getting the support. When it mentions community, it could be your family, your religious sect, and all of these kinds of things that happens. And university would be as simple as an academic advisor or the cafeteria. When you get those kinds of support, it makes life easier for you. I've had a Nigerian student last week that says he's never been so happy to be black. Right. I had a Mozambican girl who transformed herself. She was hiding her identity, and she said, I've never been so happy to be a black student. Right. When you are able to project your identity and be who you are in these spaces, you will succeed. And these are the kinds of spaces that we need to create for our learners. I think I'm getting to the end. So education transforms what we know and who we are. I had mentioned earlier that you are bringing something into the space. So what education does is you need to interrogate what you already know. Some of us go into post-secondary education only wanting to gather knowledge, forgetting our base. And I believe that if you do not take who you are into the classroom, then it's like pouring water in sand. You can get all of the information, but it won't make any sense. It will just dwindle away. So education should be a journey where you are sharing knowledge, you're learning, and you are sharing knowledge. And something that one of my profs said to me earlier is to know the person next to you, because that's the person that will get you the job, not the certificate that you walk out with. So this shared journey also means that you must rely on your community. Woodson in the Miseducation of the Negro in 1934, he talked about the black man leaving his community, right? Leaving his community to seek education in a far land, somewhere away. And then he sees his community as less than, right? And so he talked about the black man always, or the black population always restarting, because we never see that need to build on what we already have. He also reflected on other immigrant groups who come into the US in that context, and they will start a business, and then the next generation will take it, and then the next generation, and before you know it, they've built an empire, right? So this journey, we should not forget who we are, and our community should always be a strong part of the conversation.
But that doesn't really happen here in Nova Scotia. The wealth generation that you talk about, it's hard to pass it on, especially now. In the previous session we had, there's a gap between the black elders and the black youth. And so that wealth generation is not happening at the rate that should happen.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I spoke earlier about the elder circle that I have created at the university and shared in the school system, which I'm hoping will be published soon in the Nova Scotia school system, is bridging that intergenerational gap. That's basically what it is. And my research is all about elders coming back into contributing to education. So I totally get what you're saying. And this is like my final slide. When you educate a person, you empower a family. When you educate a community, you transform a nation. So this is what the Proverbs do. They tell you some tough things, and then they tell you some nice things afterwards. So I end on this proverb.
And Colton. So I'm gonna come back and try to tie it together with masculinity, and just to be, I like to hide behind podiums, and it's not like stand up. But so basically, what we've heard, and what talked about in our communities over the years, we kind of allude to at the end, is going off, getting an education for those families, and in general, that was families coming from, I would say, Caribbean diaspora, coming to Canada or the US to get an education for the community and the country at times. But a lot of times what happens is they come get the education and they don't go back, right? For our community here in Nova Scotia, for the most part, it was, you better go get a job and start working to provide for your family, which created, from my experience, kind of created a gap. And if you were going to school, like you're a bookworm and it wasn't a cool thing to be doing. If I'm making sense, you're not looking after the family, you're not doing this and that. which we're kind of seeing some of those results. But then we talked about it in our last session, and I was trying to piece it together, and they talked about how a group of men from the communities, and I could name a few, like they're in prominent roles in our community here in Nova Scotia. And their success was based on the Black empowerment movement of the 60s. So their parents were saying to go get an education, right? So just so you can, those of you who know the names, you can see what I'm trying to put together here. You talk about Augie Jones, Wade Smith, Corey Beals, you know, they were able to go and get education, and their names are, you know, you just chief of police. That generation of people, their parents were part of that movement. And then now there's another gap again where our young men are struggling with that, like going to school and for many different reasons. And where the toughness and all of that, where they've played basketball, and then when the basketball and the coolness of being a basketball player stops, the ball stops bouncing, or the ball never ever bounce, they're trying to find their place. They're not going towards education, they're going away towards money and providing, but it's not provided in the right way, and they're tending to lose their life for different reasons. All right, which goes back to me talking about having to start to redefine what masculinity looked like to me, so that I can help these young men. And I have questions. We have questions. Start a conversation amongst us, and we're trying to tie an educational piece to the masculinity piece and how it affects our community. Our young men go to university, and they don't feel that some of them that don't have the support system behind them, they go there. They don't find that space where your office is, right? And they don't have that support. So instead of them humbling themselves and saying, I need help, they just drop off, right? Another piece of, if we're educating them and understanding it's okay to ask for help as they're growing up, and not that they have to be strong, they have to be tough. Like, they'll be able to go and look for your office or the back student advisor at Dalhousie or whichever university. So I'm hoping that I'm tying the two together, because we're trying to figure it, like everything, trying to figure it all out to make it make sense to us and to our community, of the different impacts that impact our success in society. So that being said, I have a few questions to us to start a discussion about what masculinity means or looks like to you. So
before you start the question, I have a comment to make in regards to recoverable post-secondary education. But they had to get there first. They all stem back from when they start primary up to the elementary, the junior high, and high school. It will not guide them through that properly, right? Like I can get to you, the double. And I actually go to the system and kind of think, oh, I want that building. And they drop out. And a lot of my friends didn't go to university. I didn't go to university because I didn't say I was doing for the material. I came here back in 1972. And I got my education, my formal education here, take a 3-year program. Because I knew I wanted to do something else different than what I see around me. And I was in the same place where you say, the parent would say, go get jobs. While coming here, my father, we were over for a while, and we were studying. My grandmother was getting across the street. She was still full of us too. So we didn't have food to eat. And my father said to me, listen, I need you to go get a job. But I said, Dad, no, I'm not going to do that. I want to get an education so I can provide for my family when I get older. And I don't stand for that. I had that conversation with him, because now I was able to provide for my family and did them the same, and like that, I was able to do for them. So I think it's got back earlier than post-secondary education. It's got back and come through the system. Because a lot of our men, they fall through the cracks, unfortunately.
How many black teachers have you had in your elementary
school? Well, in junior high school, in elementary school,
you had a handful?
all my teachers were black because I'm from the community of North Crescent. But all the teachers there, they were black.
Yeah.
Even my classmate, he was a teacher. He went from me school to schools as well.
Yeah. So this would be common, probably uncommon to hear unless you come from a space like that. But common for people like me, recent immigrants who come from a country that is predominantly black, where all of your teachers are black. The issue that I saw here was that you're right. The lack of youth to transition into post-secondary education. That stats has been presented incorrectly in some sense, because the majority of those black youth that makes it to post-secondary education were recent immigrants. And the African Nova Scotian population, the folks who've been here for a long time, it's like the two outliers combine and makes it all right. Right. With that, what I and the DBDLI have been working on is attacking from a different angle. How about us get teachers, black teachers, into the school system, right? Black support workers into the school system. Those are the people that would influence that, because you can do all you can, but if this child is hearing from a white teacher day in, day out, you're not going to make it, and they go home and tell themselves, I'm not going to make it. If you tell yourself you're ugly every day, you look in the mirror, you're leaving home looking ugly. Right? So we're approaching from a different angle, which is to provide these Afrocentric BED programs, educating teachers to get back into the schools and into their communities, to teach our children and to support them into post-secondary education.
Yes, that's very interesting. My educational journey is rather different. And just spend a minute on that. I never had a black teacher through decades of post-secondary education. Never, ever. The first time I had a black teacher was when I became a senior professor at Dalhousie University, and I was in charge of a department. I was a James R. Johnson Chair in Black Canadian Studies. Now, that was in my 50s. Now, in terms of your point about education being about interrogating other individuals' knowledge as well as creating your own and sharing it, that's great. That has been essentially what I have done throughout decades of education, including post-secondary education. And those white teachers that I have had right up until my 50s created an environment, largely without realizing it, which allowed me to explore opportunities to create my own knowledge, to create further knowledge about myself. And so what I'm trying to say is that depending on the space you are in, and that's really important, depending on the space you are in, there can be opportunities to reach the goals that you've outlined for education. So it's not necessarily doom and gloom for black folk. I grew up in an entirely white system educationally and in entirely white communities right throughout my early childhood and teenage years. The first time, essentially, I was immersed in a diverse, racialized set of communities was when I moved from Scotland to London in my early 20s. So it's just important to acknowledge the diversity of black folk in terms of their education and the spaces that they have occupied, which have led to where they are now.
Yeah. A good point. I never had black professors at post-secondary education in Canada. Never. Throughout the undergrad and masters. But what it has done it's allowed me to investigate. I just had this desire to know more. Whenever I went to I registered for a class, I asked the prof, how does this fit with my identity? And it got so bad that when a prof realized my name was on their roster, they stuck an article in there so that I don't have to ask.
Because you couldn't answer, right?
Yes, because I insisted that if there's nothing for me or about me in there, I'm dropping that class. I'm going to another one. Right. And so you have to be willing to, and not everyone will take those kinds of risks. Right. Especially an international student. I hear this every day. They're so afraid to do anything for the fear of being that they will be kicked out of the country. Oh yeah.
What I'm hearing is that the educational journey can affect us and our masculinity goes household there, man. And then when I'm thinking about myself, I went from being out of school for 2 years where every teacher, every student pretty much was black. Then I think it was grade 2 or 3, I moved into the city, and because I moved into the city, whereas I'm one of 3 black kids in the whole school, then I moved back to the community, all black kids, but now I'm the outsider because kids starting to know who is who and how that affected my self-esteem, to then moving to Ontario where there's a mix of everybody. And so when I think back to my educational journey experience, it's like I talk about this when I'm working with the young people that I work, and understanding then is that, and this conversation just sparked that for me, is that I see the gaps, I see where the fall off, the slips were that had me on a path that wasn't positive. And I think that that's what kind of happens to a lot of our young men as they're growing, because there's no one to share that experience to help them, right? When they look around the table, when they come home, if they do make it through and they get to university, the first thing is, well, you might as well forget about going to that school. Is what I've heard in our community at times. For some of the young people, I'm saying, why you quit at school? Like my roles have put me in a position where I'm talking to those young people, trying to convince them to stay. But if their experience and then the people that came before them in their home had a negative experience, it's affecting them to continue to have the courage to keep pushing on because nobody's had a positive experience. Just trying to make sure we keep the conversation tied into the effects on education and masculinity with our young men.
Those roots running deep. The 400 years or so of black slavery was the lack of education was number one in that like Jim Crow style of politics. So our parents are injured, or they have traumatic injuries, generational injuries, and the lack of education along each generation is still felt right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And even with that, like I said it earlier, but also there's the education that a school can't teach you, that there's no value being placed on. Like when you sit down with an elder in the community, the things they can tell you that could give you the strength about how they came and overcome to have what they have. Generally, society doesn't place a lot of value. Is it already value on those things? So it's like our young people are kind of like up in the air. What do I do? Can't. The old person don't know what they're talking about, and then they hit a wall.
So I just gotta share, this education and masculinity piece. We ought to create those kinds of spaces for young men in post-secondary institutions. I just reflect on how valuable, I know how valuable my AUKUS is to black students. They're always there. To young men, I know even more how valuable it is. there were about 4 of us sitting in the room, and it's 4 of them sitting in the room, and I came in. And one of the young men walked up to me and he said, "Randy, how many girlfriends you've had in your lifetime?" And so, it was in that moment, I had no idea where he was getting. I answered, and then he said, "Oh, okay. I met this girl and such and such and such." And so I was able to direct him in a way that a father would, right? This is probably not going to be the one you will marry, so don't take it to heart, right? And we had those kinds of conversation, and then it became the whole group joining in and supporting each other. That happens at university. It might not happen in the home because as men we're too busy. If we're retired even, we're busier. Well, right? And there are certain topics, if you're in a certain generation, there are certain topics that are taboo, right? It makes it even more difficult. I was sharing with that same group. I am so thankful for my grandmother being the person she is. There was no holds bar with my grandmother. Any topic you want to discuss, she discussed. And if you took too long to talk about it, she introduced that topic to you, right? And you need those kinds of people around you.
That would lead us to the question. What does masculinity look like or mean like being to you as a Black male?
I think that masculinity is dependent on where you grow up, perspective-wise, what you see growing up, how you learn. Like I mentioned that there's an informal education and a formal education, one from the community and one from the university. So when you want to define what masculinity is to you, then it a lot of times has to do with what you are seeing growing up. What did they tell you to do? Like my brother here said, go get a job. That's how you become a man. That's how you take care of a family when you are a man. And to be a man, you have to get a job. So for someone, that's what he knows to be masculine. Nick, mine. For someone, it's about being able to be a mentor to people. So for me, being masculine means being able to direct people, like tell them about my stories and apply them. So that's it for me.
And for me, masculinity is about being your authentic self. What do I mean by authentic self? It's basically being who you are.
Yeah.
And not allowing others, whether they be Black or other, and to tell you how to be, how to speak, how to dress, and how to conduct yourself. And that is how I've been for decades. For decades. It took me a while when I was a child growing up in very, very strange environments, right up until the age of 20, to discover what I needed to do in order to become this authentic person. And I have successfully walked that journey. Mama to me in 50 years.
Can I say something on that? Try to achieve. I'm vanished. Yeah, good. And from what you say, I just want to time what I was saying. For David, he shared with us that he was abandoned. So having to remember himself has given a perspective of being the true self. So it goes back to the point I was trying to make, that perspectives shape what you think masculinity is. Yeah.
Yes. Anyone else?
So I just Googled masculinity.
Technology.
Right? So I just want to Google. It's a masculinity is a set of socially constructed traits, behavior, and roles that are traditionally associated with men and boys, such as strength, assertiveness, and self-reliance. that's good. So yeah, election is all of these things because we have to be elected in what we do. We need to portray that so people see us as being sort of really the strong person or having strength to be good for your family, for your friends. And in order to be have faith in God, I'm a born again Christian, but being nationally also comes with a sense of spirituality as well. And by having those traits, we can be more effective and more different in our community and it with our families.
So, you got something? So I'm gonna come to you, Mr. Divine. Part of masculinity, what we may not really think about a lot, is allowing ourselves to be vulnerable. And by you sharing what you shared, that's being vulnerable. You know, not a lot of people want to tell about everybody wants to tell about the highlights and the great things, and that's what you tend to see. And I'll be real, the guys on inside, thank you guys for tuning in. The community is here. We love you. Come back to the community and do something positive. Yeah. You don't need to be there. We need you here. And I say that because some of you are there because you tried to be masculine. You tried to put on a face. But we love you more than the streets love you. Remember that.
Yeah.
All right? It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to say, I need help. That's masculinity. That's being a man. Asking for help is being a man. All right? Just didn't want to forget about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So basically, I got a whole lot of questions here. But a part of us coming together as black men is being authentic. Letting things flow as they flow. This conversation is totally different than the last conversation. Yeah. The gentleman at the back can attest to that, right? And time got us behind and we had to make it work. That's what we tend to do in our daily lives, in our communities. Yeah. We got to figure it out. We got to make something out of nothing. That's what we've done. North Press, East Press, and Mulgrave Park, on the continent. Everybody's trying to make us feel like we're something less than what we really are. All right? They're trying to play us off against each other. We talk about the African Nova Scotian communities. When you look at the universities here, because people are sent here to provide for their family, to come back to the continent. All right? But then we're here as African Nova Scotians who are fighting a different battle. And then do you hear anybody say Africa has all the different countries, right? And this kind of going off to a little bit to the left, but I think I believe it'll tie it back together. We have all the different countries, but it's Africa. Europe, when you're in Europe and you're defined by Caucasian society, you're from Argentina, you're from France, and they have their identity for all of their different countries in Europe. All right. We come here and there's a conversation that's really, it's a tough conversation because the African Nova Scotian community has fought all these battles here to give our kids and our communities opportunities. And then we're, as people who don't pay attention and not really understanding the whole cycle of what the system tries to do, programs and opportunities were set up to help us level the playing field. And then you have people from the continent and the Caribbean coming and they're educated, they're getting their education, and now those roles or those opportunities, because the value of the lived experience is not valued by the system. So our African Nova Scotia community are feeling like we're being left behind, if I'm making sense. And it's kind of playing us off against each other, right? But we're one community, but they're trying to also take that identity from us as African Nova Scotians. And what we do from a masculinity standpoint, we're fighting for our rights when we should be relaxing, sitting down and having conversation about how do we fight the system together. hopefully I'm making the connection with all, because thank you. Okay, this on here.
So one of the something that I model, and I ask the students around me to model as well. I say, you know, as men, we do have a lot of energy, and sometimes that energy has a lot of hate for all of the things that are happening around us. And something that I usually say to folks is that that energy that you can use that you hate someone, what would it look like to love yourself? And so I usually say, I have no energy to hate you. All of it is spent on loving me. Right. So and when I say loving me, it is loving the Black people around me, understanding who they are and understanding what their needs are. So if I see a brother struggling, it is my responsibility to go over, because I love me that much. It is my responsibility to go over and find out why, and to ask how I can help. It could be very difficult to do sometimes, but when you practice this for a while, you will quickly realize that you are wasting a lot of your energy hating.
And there's a Buddha philosophy.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I was saying.
Exactly.
It's hugely.
Exactly. So yes, so if you could only see that if you can only convert that energy into loving you, you'd see how farther ahead we will get.
I have another question. It's about intergenerational. So, what things were you taught when you were younger that you would either remix into if you were having a conversation with a young person now, or get rid of so that you can help a young person right now? So, over the years, what were you taught that you would keep and pour into a young person now? And what would you throw away?
You gotta stay in school, you gotta get educated. And that's number one. I wasn't taught very much at school. I'm pretty well a self-taught kind of guy. But the education and keep your health. And mental health is a part of that. Big part of that. Next one.
Anybody else?
I would say what Roy just said about education being important. The thing that I did when I was coming through the system, I hate school. I'm sure a lot of kids hate school too, only for you had to study. And I really wanted to apply myself. If I had applied myself more back then, I think it would become maybe hopefully a better person, better educated and better informed. But I hated certain subjects, and I just graduated this, step by step, getting through. So I would throw away that part of it. Don't take education for granted. Put all that they can into it so you can try to be one of the best that they can. I had 6 grandkids. My oldest grandson, he's the same best in the engineering degree, that is the engineers. My oldest granddaughter, she's in Sheridan in Ontario studying film. She just wrote a short play, and she had a table read a few weeks ago. And the producer gonna take that short play and put it into a production, a movie. So just by keeping the kids being on top of them, it helps a lot for them to get the education, because that they can be.
Great story.
Please.
Yeah, I think I would echo that the education is valuable, and it's good to teach kids to pursue an education and be a achiever. One thing I think maybe, whether it was actively or passively related to me growing up, it seemed like the purpose of education was to get a good job, essentially. Yeah. But I feel in some ways that that's a mistake, because a job means that essentially you're being we're programming our children for childhood to work for some, which itself is still then making them very, very, very well equipped to go make the system even better when the system is are there existing within the system that in some ways has been designed to always profit off of them. And so then it's like, in a way, to some extent, education and the advancement of education that one seeks has to be approached cautiously, in that we can educate ourselves, become very educated, and then function at an incredibly high level that then only bolsters a system that on a greater level is consuming us as a society and being built off of what we do. And as a society or a group, we ourselves are not really growing that much, because this energy that we're speaking of is being channeled into ourselves. We're becoming so great and producing more energy, but then that's going into making a system better. And so maybe somehow it should be understood from a very young age, which I never understood the thing, that the education we gain should be, or its fueling and its power and direction should be aimed towards, like, at the most ultimate level, should be aimed towards bring it back into our group or society. Because most of us, I think, end up falling into a bit of a trap where we become educated in one particular field or specialty, and then let's say that becomes a superpower. Our superpower enhances that field or specialty. And it doesn't directly, though the enhancement of that field, then say you are engineering and you build the tallest building in the world, the next tallest building in the world, then this descendant of an African Nova Scotian is hailed as the engineer who produced and managed to design the tallest building in the world. Great. So that's good. But that clearly, that was an almost inordinate amount of power that was generated mentally to create that. That power wasn't used or poured into the community. And if that was happening by 10,000 or 100,000 times all at once, what would come from the community instead of the tallest building of the world?
I like that. I really like that. We gotta wrap up. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up. So I guess I'll close off by saying what we need to pour into the young people, into our community, is to value education, but value the lived experience as well. Help young people to understand that their skills, there's a place for them in the world. Their skills doesn't have to be attached to a formal education, but there's a place for them to do what they do best and they enjoy most in society. Society needs CEOs and it needs, custodians. There's a place, do what you love and maximize it so that you have joy and you can share that back with your.
Thank you.
Understand and enjoy going in my car every day, right? And the mental, like, euphoria that it gives me. So I was sitting in my vehicle in the parking lot at this very black men's health event and had police officers patrolling back and forth behind my vehicle. And then they parked and stopped behind it. So a friend of mine that was in the vehicle with me, we automatically became paranoid and fearful and worried and anxious and all of those things, and we weren't doing nothing. None. We were just sitting in this car at an event with a bunch of black men, but we seen the police and we became automatically terrified. You know what we did? We got out of the car and came in here. We ran from the police and we wasn't doing that. Like, that's what life is for me, like, right now. I'll be driving on the street. I'm completely good, but see the police and get that feeling in my belly, shit. Because that's forever parole. And when I was coming here today, that wasn't even a thought that I would talk about that, because that wasn't a thought that something like that would happen. You know? And the first breakout room I was with was fitness, and I was just a part of the conversation, whereas now I'm like most of the conversation. And when I was in prison, I thought my physical fitness would be the most important, but it actually was my mental fitness was the most important, because physically I was cool. As long as I kept myself right, but mentally I was challenged every day, all the time. I spent over 8 years in segregation, which is solitary confinement. right? So I went to prison because I killed somebody. I killed another man in Toronto. So as a youngin from the age of 15, 14, I want to say I was in the gang lifestyle in Toronto. But I was Jamaican, so we call it Jamaican posse. You know? And as I sit here today and I think about the stuff that are happening here, you know, like youngins is killing themselves and there's family members that are killing each other. And we're not focusing on the mental health that's going on with them, that they be living in that lane and think that that world is good, right? Because we sit here, most of us here, we got a grip. We all right, you know, we somewhat stable and okay in the life lane that we at. And when we talk about mental health, it's about life health and wellness. And a lot of the younger dudes that look like us don't know that. And their health is more in jeopardy than any of us because they're playing a life and death game with what they're doing. You know, and for most of us, the first thing we say, these youngins is crazy. Right? You know, and they don't listen and they don't that, right? But that just keeps it in the same ballpark. Those who know better do better. Right? They don't know no better. At 14, I thought I was a man. 100%. I left home, started to be on my own, rolling with the fellas. I thought I was a man. You're stupid. You're not. You're a kid. Right? And I don't think youngins are getting that told to them. And I think they're thinking they need to become a man. Right? So after I done talk to you here today, I want you to leave with the thought of like, how can I help my young black man there fix their mental health? Right? Because that's important and crucial fact. They're taking away young black kids at the age of 9 and putting them in prisons and group homes. They're trying to do away with the black population. Believe that. Right? We enter prison at rates unastounding and leave at prison rates miserable. We go there fast, we take long to get out. So some of us in this room, some of y'all in this room probably have sons, grandsons, nephews, and know youngins in the Prestons, in the Squares, in the Cherry Brooks, right? In the high fields. We've got to get everybody. That's impossible. We ain't got to get everybody. And I'm sure there's enough black men in here that you might be old, but you still got some clout in the neighborhoods you in because you got a name from way back fucking when, excuse my language. Like for real, we have to start thinking about how to help these young men stop killing themselves and think there's a better opportunity in life. Because they black like us, they just wild, a little more wild. See? And that's like seriously how we have to put our focus forward. Because if we don't, we become affected even more than the community at large. Because they're robbing and killing and shooting, stealing from the community at large. They're robbing and killing and shooting us. So we got to find ways to make sure they stop killing us. Right? When I was in that world, like y'all get up and get your keys, get ready for work, you check your, you know, like we check, the first thing is, where's my gun? Because it's become a source of protection in our mind. That is no protection. And most of us go and get this gun because we feel like it's going to protect me. And like I said, when you 14, 15, your mental makeup does not let you understand what dead means. You don't. Right? You could be 18, 20, you don't get what dead means. Somebody gone and they come back, but you don't really understand the ramifications of dead and how trickle down that operates and how much people impacted by that and how many lives it can impact. One person dead in a family can ruin a whole family. Right? And the dudes of today, and even when I was in that world, we don't value life. There's no reason to. Right? My survival is all that matters. You know? And I've been told the way to survive is attack. And like I said, a lot of the attack that's happening to our black men here isn't your so-called perceived ops, as we say. It's family members. You killing your auntie's son. You killing your cousin brother. And like I said, as grown folk, we need to put a voice to those things. We can't just see it as, man, these kids are it's crazy. They wrong. Right? Everybody done forgot it take a village because it's gunplay now. Right? The other day, I heard I can't remember where it was, maybe a week or so, they dead some 7-year-old man. Right? How you deading a man that's 70? And you 70, you ain't supposed to be worrying about getting murdered. That's the same. In no planet at the unless you a fucking mafia don, excuse my language. How's you getting murdered in 70s? Right? No bounty for life. You know what I mean? Out in the Preston, family killing each other. This is regular occurrence. And that's not, me personally, I ain't from Nova Scotia. But I could care two less. Black is black. And I came from a black where we was killing each other in a high rate too. I'm from Toronto, Jane and Finch. Right? My whole life has been gunplay. I went to the penitentiary. I was a dog. I was an alpha male in the penitentiary. I spent 33 years and 5 months, like I told you. I got no scars on me. Right? So I'm deep in that. In every which way. Anybody who know me from a penitentiary, see me from a penitentiary, I am the alpha dog. You come into my world, I show you what happens. And fucking believe it or not, a lot of these dudes are living that life every day. Every day. And the only reason why ain't nobody telling them there's other ways, you know. And you might say it one time and felt that was enough. You know that crazy ass dude in America, Donald Trump? How you think this fool got elected the first time and the second time? He just kept beating that narrative in your head. Repetitive. And you like a dumbass finally just dump foot found in, so okay, whatever. Yeah. You got to be repetitive. You know what I mean? I'll tell you, these youngers will tell you, man, shut the hell up. I ain't trying to hear you. You don't know what's going on. Because I'm giving you the words I would have given to the older fools when they told me shit. What you talking about, bro? These dudes trying to kill me. I'm killing anybody first. Right? I'll tell you. The day before I dropped the body that I went to jail for, I had an older head came to check me. Right? And I'll give you the exact words the old head said to me. He said, my G, you just got 2 young kids born. My kids were nothing but a few months old at the time. He said, you just got 2 kids done born. Your life is good. You don't need to go do that. That can be handled on its own. But in the world I was living in, no. He had to die. In order to stay and maintain that lifestyle, he had to die. Because why? That's what I need. That's what that world embeds. So don't think for 1 minute if these young dudes ain't showing another lane, they ain't gonna pull the car over and get into it. Right? It's just that they ain't seen no other lanes than the lanes that they're getting right now. And those lanes are survival by any means necessary. Doesn't matter who you want. Right? If you approach me wrong, you act wrong, you get shot. you know? And that's not healthy to nobody life. To nobody life. Right? So again, I tell you, when we leave from here, man, today, those are the things you want to take from here. How you can get some form of way, no matter if you have to join with an org, link somebody that know a church or whatever. How can I start to be part of let these young dudes know, like, when you kill your cousin, he dead. Like your auntie gonna cry, your cousin's gonna, all that family murder, your family ain't your ops. I don't care which part of the street he live on. He ain't your op. That's it, that's all. He your fam. You know what I mean? And you can't kill your fam because of regime. That don't work like that. Right? It's a matter of, like I said, offering different things to these people. The worst mistake I made in my life was I quit school. Not that I bodied anybody. Bodying somebody and going to jail for 33 years wasn't the worst mistake of my life. Quitting school. Right? Because it closed, pardon me? How old were you? I was 14. Right? Because life got real. I told you, I started banging hard at 14. And when you in Toronto and Jade and Finch, school and banging don't work. Because, like, if I'm at school with a bunch of young kids, you act stupid, I'm going to shoot you. I ain't trying to shoot no school stink. You ain't an op. I operate in a different space. If you are op, you dead. But if you ain't op, you're my schoolmate. So me in school couldn't go no more because if you got stupid, then I would have had to blast you in school. So I stopped going to school and hustle full time. By the age of 18, I owned a whole neighborhood. I was back and forth New York, Miami, and Toronto. And I was 18, and you couldn't tell me nothing. So I know a lot of these kids is telling you, you stupid. Like, Fambo, I can go blow 50 racks and get that back in 2 days. Don't tell me nothing. Because they don't value life. Real talk. When I went to the pen, my sentence was actually life 10. I didn't get 33 years. I got 10 years. Right? With possibly a parole after 10. My sentence was life, possibly parole after 10. So correctional service in Canada kept me there after 23 years and 5 months. And like I told you, I have no scars in my armor. Because I live fully paranoid and fully active in that world. Right? Because it's a savage world. And in the moment, some of these dudes think they know what they're going in to do. Like, they think they out there and this, that, the other, and the third, and they ready for the bin. They ready for the pan. I've been all across the country in every penitentiary. I've been to the Supermax 4 times. The Supermax houses Canada's dangerous felons that cannot be housed in maximum security prisons. The Chute, in St. Anne de Plains. My longest stay there was 18 months. Right? And like I told you, I spent 25 years of that 33 in maximum security. Because I liked that rigid, tense, aggressive, disciplined lifestyle. But it's not good for your brain. Because you shut down everything that makes you a human being in the sense of caring, emotions, empathy. Things like that you lose. And while you lose it on the street, you lose it in a whole nother way in a prison because it's your humanity that's taken. When you out here, you lose your emotions, you still got some freedom and human works to you. When you go to your prison, those are taken. Because I can come to your cell any day and take what I want. Your life is mine. Every day. Because if I get up today and say, I don't want you here, you can't be here. That is not even a joke. Like I say it to, and this is the life that these dudes are going to. Right? And had I known the rigors of prison, I would have never married. Ever. Right? Because while prison gave you this unbelievable armor, it took away humanity. Right? I have 4 grandsons, right? A granddaughter, 3 kids. I still spent today trying to have a relationship, even though I've been out here almost 2 years. Because certain distance don't come back. Right? Certain distance don't come back. They grown folk now. Right? So we're trying to know each other as grown folk other than father and son and father and daughters. Right? So that's why I say a lot of these youngins ain't prepared for about what to happen to them when they get to the wall. I see many dudes hard as outside, like a lot of duppies behind them, drop-bys, doing the worst out here. Get to the prison world, it's another work, fam. Like, these dudes straight bitch up, because everything is up close and personal now. I can't drive by and shoot you and run past and all kind of wild shit. I got to get up close and personal. If you were really about that then, you ain't about that now. You know? So, and why I say that, so a lot of these dudes you see out here firing these guns, they really ain't about that. They just scared. Like for real, scared as fuck. You know what I mean? And gotta pull those scared ones away before they become ruthless out of that fear. Could that happen? That fear makes some of them get ruthless, man. You don't want that. You want those scared ones and pull them out. Right? It is crucial, man. Because like I said, I got grandsons. And one of my greatest things as a dad, I say, my only son, he ain't never been to prison or none of those things. I love that for him. Because who his father was meant he should have done that. Right? Because he grew up in the same neighborhood that I was running. Right? But he never seen none of that. He raised his sons like I could never. Because I was selfish. I dipped on it. Right? My banging and my gun and my drug dealing and my money was more important than anything or anyone. Right? So the fact that I have a son that never had a father, be a father, oh my gosh. Alhamdulillah, that's a blessing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, I make sure to give him his flowers on a regular so he feel good about that. And those are the things that we need to do to these young men as well. Give them their flowers. Any little small little thing make them feel good about that. So it gives a better than the negative. 100%. Right? Got to encourage that good energy. See, so like any little small thing you can give to feel positive about. Right? He actually went to school. Oh, wicked, my G. Good. Was it good up in there? Yeah. I'm loving that. Don't got to make it long. Don't got to make it a whole lecture and stuff like that. One and two gems to him. Something to think about. Right? Because, brethren, like I said, we have sons and things of that nature, man. Yo. Your son might be good, but somebody else's son ain't, man. So if you can be a somebody to make somebody else's son a better somebody, just on the strength of your son, you have to do that. You know? Like, you guys really, I plead with you, focus on the young man. It's important. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, man. So, I love everything you're saying, first things first. I love everything you're saying. But I'm seeing a lot of it right now, too. For those of you who don't know me and you might not believe it,
I'll not do anything here what he's done, but I just bring up myself. And coming back also what he say about you and you doing what you're doing and where they're going, back in the test. And my mom said, the duty be and anybody who's in this room should say.
There's some of us here at a certain age who hopefully you won't have to worry about that, but we can still reach to you. So what I'm not asking you to, because everything you're saying about what we're doing hard work, man, a lot of it's everything you're saying about the youth up here right now. What would you need when you were a youth in place that we might be able to help institute to make sure that the kids don't get to that point where they're
going on that same line.
So, like I told you, I grew up in a different era. We're what you call 90s bottom. So 100%. We just got social media, so we see it in real time. You know, when I was dropping bodies in Toronto, we had the murder rate. We're like 100 bodies. So, and that was in the 90s. So it just that it wasn't real time social media to give you that access. You had to go look and read a newspaper and find that out. But people are still dying at a high rate. Like I just told you, the worst mistake was leaving school. So if there's a way to have these young men start to understand, your mind can get you paid. They don't believe that. They don't believe my brain power and my thinking ability can get me paid. Fuck, it might not get you 100 million, sorry about the language again, but it can get you 20. You live on 20. And this has to start to be a focus. How to get these young people to understand. Dentists get paid. Doctors get paid. Engineers get paid. The dude who wrote the blueprint for this building, I'm sure he got a cottage home and a boat. Okay? And it's to start to give them that light that will help. Because not every kid can run, jump, and do all of those things. Right? So if you can't run, jump, and do those athletic things, your mind is athletic too. Do some backflips with that. You know what I mean? And I played soccer all of my life growing up. I actually that's when I left school because I was taken from Toronto and brought to Kitchener to go to school to play soccer. But it was white and I could not handle it. It was culture shock to the fullest. I was the only Jamaican in a school, and it was pretty much like almost a boarding school because you went there to play this game. And it was insane, right? So even with the physical and all the abilities to know how to play soccer, the street still became the dominant thing for me because I went into a foreign thing. Had I stayed in the hood, you know, because Allah knows best. We don't know what could have been. But had I stayed in the hood where I was growing up, I had a better chance at my soccer career than when I moved out of the hood. Because that was my lane. That's what everybody knew me to be doing, right? And it was encouraged, right? So we have to make more avenues for the youth now. Because right now, there is no avenues for them that they think. See? So all the opportunities and all the knowledges that we, like I said, you just 1-2 gems. You don't need a big, long conversation with a youth. Because trust me, you're getting a big, long conversation, he's going to tell you run up. You're not hearing that right now. Like this conversation, he might have stayed because he heard a 1-2 that relate to it. But other than that, you're a run up. You have to know that. See? So for myself, what would have helped me, bro, is simple and plain. Continue, and I ain't even gonna lie. I grew up in a single home. I think the importance of a man in the home is crucial. Big time, my youth. While my mother, I call her the general, and she's the general. My mom, no, real talk. My mom came to Canada by herself with a 2-year sent for 3 kids in Jamaica, and knew nobody in Canada. Right now, she's retired in Miami, fam. And from that lady, there was 4 of us. There's now almost 50 of us. Wow. She's the general. A woman can't raise a man. Not time. There's things about you a woman cannot do, cannot. Just like a man can't raise a daughter. It just is what it is. There are certain things you cannot do. Cannot show, cannot tell, cannot. No matter how great the woman, how great the man. There is a point of a life where that male for the boy is needed and that female for the girl is needed. There is the point of that life that is needed. I say if that don't happen, that's a big fault. That's a big fault. See? So my male role models are dudes on the block. So I learned early how to get into something if I needed something. anybody have any question, you guys can ask. No, this is just me just spitting at you. We can chop it up. We're good, bro, you know? See, just like he jumped in if you want something to say.
I have a question. Now that you're out, how long did it take you to process the, I was a free?
A guy. So,
Now that you're here out of jail now.
okay, so if I tell you, you might not believe me, but I didn't have to do that. I started that process from I was in my cell. So the minute I realized I was about to get free, I knew that, okay, I was off this. They could no longer hold me anymore because it was a whole situation. Lawyers had to get involved. The newspaper had to get involved because there had been no man in Canada that had been held in prison 23 years past his sentence. Ever. Ever. Black man, there's nothing. Right? I never had no charges. I didn't get no new charges. I didn't get no new time. I was there because, so there's a thing in prison. If I think you're doing it, I can punish you for it. I don't have to catch you. I don't have to have proof. I just have to believe that you are. And if I believe that you is, I'm going to punish you for it. There's no law in prison. Right? So they do as they please, as the jailers. Right? So back to your thing. So once I realized I was off this, and even through my entire sentence, my over 8 years in segregation and all those times in the Supermax and in constant like combat ready mode, my eyes were always to the street. I never let my heart become prison. Right? There's no time, even in all that time, that I said, this is my existence. I always had an eye to the street. Every day, every day, every day. And when I knew what I was falling in, then I just started to really think about, okay, what's the streets gonna look like? And I didn't come here trying to get shit back because it's gone. I can't get back 33 years. Where? In what way? So I didn't come out here trying to relive or reconnect. And if I ain't talked to you in 33 years, chances I ain't talking to you now. Right? I went home to Toronto when I got out and my family had a whole thing. And they was invite folks. I'm like, yeah, no. And they're like, what you mean? These was you. I said, listen to you. No disrespect to nobody. But I'll tell you straight. If I'm to talk to you when I was in there ain't no need for me to talk to you now. We good. I ain't got nothing against you. I ain't got no hate for you. Like, you just ain't. I'm not on that page and I won't no more. I done those pages. So we moving. Right? So I prepared myself, and a lot of it mentally, because I knew I couldn't come and live that certain stuff. And like I told you, I'm originally from Toronto, like born in Jamaica. I didn't go back to Toronto. Toronto had nothing to offer me. Right? So I started to tell myself what this life would look like, what I had to do, what are the struggles. Like a talk I had with somebody the other day. When I was in prison, I talked a lot with the guys that came back all the time. Because I want to know what these dummies was doing to come back. So I didn't do none of that. So when I'm out here and I go through those moments and I think about the dumb shit that these dudes do, and I end up, so to give you an example, I bought my vehicle before I got my driver's license, right? And like I loved it because this was the first vehicle I didn't buy with dope money, hustle money. I had to like work and save that. Yo, my G, y'all know what that feel like. Y'all know what that feel like when you work and save and get your own thing. Like you know what that feel like. Every day I look at it, I like it's a whole new proud. Like it's crazy. So I bought my Jeep before I got my license. I only had my learners, right? And one day I drove it to go get gas up the road. And in the flash of a moment, I see myself in a jumpsuit. So I said, what the hell are you doing right now? I said, how would you explain to your family, your loved ones, and all these people that supported to get you out that you went back to jail because you went in to drive your car to get gas without driver's license? You're stupid. But it is the preparation that I prepared myself in that cell for that moment to know that, dude, no, this is risky behavior. My Jeep sat for like a month and a half before I got my license. Didn't drive it, let it sit there. Every day I walk past it. Every day going to work, I had to get on a bus from Halifax to Sackville. And I had a vehicle parked in my driveway. But I knew if I drove this shit, I could go to jail. Right?
This is based on the personal situation. Unfortunately, with that L, they can send you back anytime.
Uh-huh.
How does that affect your mental health day to day?
So, oh, you missed it. So, yeah, no, don't worry, I'm gonna give it to you.
Carpool already over.
No. So, like we're just telling them. So today, I'll read. Yeah, probably you're the only. So today, here at this building, this Men's Black Health Conference, bunch of black men, all positive, all blessed, right? I was sitting outside in the parking lot in my Jeep, owned, registered, insured, my license right here, right? There was a police car trolling the parking lot, right? There's a police car trolling the parking lot. So I'm with one of my guys. We're good. We're good. There's no dirt here. We're good. The thought of this police officer coming to the vehicle and pull us up superseded everything else. In that moment, we became super duper paranoid, and all we think, oh my God, we might go to jail if this guy caught you. If this guy comes to this truck, we're going to jail. And we ain't done nothing. But here's the joke. We would have had to go through the procedure. Get in the back of the car, go down to the station, get booked, gone to Burnside, back to penitentiary. I would have had to go back to the penitentiary and wait for a parole hearing to get back out. And I did nothing. That fear, that anxiety, that being life around parole had me run back into this building. We ran from the police and we ain't did nothing. Zero. And we legit, we cool, we were just chilling. And to further highlight that, when I'm in my whip driving, and like I drive past the police drive past, yo, I'm full staring, how far is he gone? Is he turning around? What's going on? I did nothing! Like, nothing! But the fear of this dude pulled me over, I'm going to jail. And like, it isn't like y'all that end up in the back of the police car and probably get back. Once he punches you, sees that I'm a life around parole.
Oh, I got a live one right now.
I'm done. There is no planet that I'm able to say any, even if I have my lawyer on speed dial who's amazing, right? She's gonna have to come get me from parole. She ain't get me from the station. That's the anxiety, the paranoia, the anxiousness that we live with every day. But because I lived in that for 33 years, 5 months, I'm able to manage that. Right? Okay, so for myself, as a life around parole, do you know what a simple pull over, go back to jail could be entitled for me without any crime? Just a simple pull over and go back to jail. Let's say, boom, now I'm driving down the street, police pull me over and figure like, okay, man, you did not come to a full stop at this right there.
It's supposed to be what, 3 weeks, no?
Right? Who?
3 weeks?
No, I'm gonna tell you for myself, as a lifer. So I go in, they run me through the process, because once you get here into the car, they have to follow with the full procedure. You're going out to the station. Once I get to the station, they notify parole, we picked them up. They're not gonna say it was a simple through line, we picked him up, he's here at the station, we're returning him to the jail. And because this whole system, they're all in one, okay, yeah, fine. When I go back to the penitentiary, my minimum stay can be 2 years
for not turning properly at a red light. This is what a lifer faces every time they go back to jail. You can be there for 2 years and you didn't do anything. Because legally, they don't have to hear your case as a lifer for 2 years. Go ahead.
I can only imagine what you must was. And I just, in general, all the guys here, even when you get black men, when you have a police car right behind you, things start going through your head. So I can only imagine what you must go through. I guess I'm like,
And that's, yeah.
yeah.
It's crucial. And like, at no point, let me let the man that know, like, don't feel sorry for me. I'm free much. In every sense of the word, you joking right now? A few days ago, I was in a cell. Right? No vehicle, no hope, no nothing. I'm out here free as can be. I'm loving this. Right? So all of those moments and all of those things that take place don't supersede like I'm on ground right now. Right? And I'll be remiss and like not in the proper standing. While I am here and living this, remember there's a man that got dead. We don't want to lose sight of that, right? And many a times that I have these conversations, these talks, like that's not mentioned. You know what I mean? Because of the lane that we were in and the life that we were living. But at the same time, a man got dead. Remember I told you one life could match up a whole family. He had kids, he had moms, he had loved ones. Like, I'm still trying to build a relationship with my youngins. He don't have that opportunity. He's dead. So he's gone. These people, they probably don't even remember his voice anymore. You know what I mean? Because that's one of the things that go away when people die. You don't hear their voice no more. Right? It doesn't even matter that you don't see them. You don't hear them. Somebody used to hear all the time. You no longer hear these people. They're gone now. You know? And you have to deal with those things. For myself, I was never remorseful for the dude I killed. I ain't even lying. We was at war. It was us. We was in a gang lifestyle. You in a gang lifestyle, you get at me, you get death. Right? But I have mad empathy and sorrow, remorse for his mama, his kids. They ain't signed up for that. Right? They ain't signed up for that. And a million stories couldn't tell them how sorry I was. But I would never take back that in him. Because he would have dead me. And I don't get that. Like, sorry, not in those terms, you know what I mean? And when I say that, because he had pulled his gun on me and was in the business of lip service. And I told you, I ran in a different world. Living in the life of Miami and New York taught me the game in a whole different way Canada had no idea about. So you can't pull a gun on me and don't dead because you dead. Right? Because you threaten mine. And I don't know what you might do the next time you get that opportunity. And that's not a good way to live. At all.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question to the room. Or I want to ask you too. When you rent out of assuming you rent the books.
Are you serious? Do you want to realize that?
Here's the question. I hope you do.
I'm going to go ahead.
If anyone else gets through, don't mind doing it. I want to share it so they know. But I'm reading a book right now, an SBI book club. I'm reading the book right now on First about this. And this is his first book, the legendary first. And he's talking about growing up as a slave, being a slave, in this first few years of not being a slave. I'm going to tell you from my time being inside, and I think it's more pro situation, but telling you that I got to get a job, they pay you what?
$5.30.
How much do they do?
$5.30.
How much do they?
Listen, you get, it's on levels.
So no, so anyway.
So you get your maximum pay is $72.
Are you insane? Are you insane of being 86 within about
Per day.
Maybe $5.
Good.
Maybe $7. Maybe $7.
So listen, you're gonna pay $7 a day, and you're working labor. I look in the face this is slavery. Hearing everything you've just said, especially sitting in your own car, have a word the overseer coming and knocking on your door. Did you back by the evening? From what I'm hearing in Discord, from what I'm reading in this book, from what I've experienced myself, I don't look for anybody else's cases. And I'm going to tell you, us in the room today, and not just us, it's everybody really now, but we are still living in slavery times. And not the slavery times, but in the slavery system. And that has an effect on our mentality, day by day, and our mental health day by day. I won't take away from what they said. Without seeing what I've seen recently and what I've experienced recently, I'm curious to know, what do we do as a weak or grown-ass black men to make sure that that sucks? Because we are still living that every single day. And what our brother explained to you right now, the prison system, that you're living from a lens of somebody like, Frederick Douglass, true believes he was actually, we are still living, and that still affects.
So I'm gonna answer both of those questions, right? On the slavery aspect, because I was actually at St. Mary's the other day talking at a class on race and racism. The first one I'm gonna touch on in the reading. I ain't read shit in prison. I was like I told you, I was an alpha dog. I was a savage, right? I was busy reading human beings. Books weren't going to keep me alive. I had to know what everybody was up to, what you thought, what your weaknesses was. I need to know everything about everybody. That's what I read. I read human beings every second of every day. There was nobody in my prison that I didn't know nothing about you. Everything. I made it a point to read human beings because my survival depended on it. I could not get caught slipping. I could not overread, overthink, over nothing. So that's what I read. When I was in the hole, my regiment was push-ups. That's what I read. Concrete in front of my face. Because that physical strong kept me mental strong. You know what I mean? To wake up, I didn't sleep in my segregation bed. When the daytime was up, I either sat down on the little stool, was doing push-ups, stood there. I didn't pace. Pacing was a nervous motherfucker's reaction. So I didn't pace. If we were in the prison together, we wanted to go, don't pace with me. We'll sit here. There's no pacing, right? Like I used to upset much of my friends with that. I got a lot of lifer friends. They're like, yo, go for a walk. No, that's prison shit. Right? It's not worth it. I don't do prison shit, right? So like, and now to the other part of your question. It's funny you said that. So the other day I went to go talk on this class on race and relations. And I can bet you everybody in prison that's a black man, when they watch those slavery movies, even some of us that have never been to prison, we like, that could never happen to me. You crazy? There's no way they could be whipping me like that and brought me to you mad? Yo, you eat that family that talk? Yo, eat that thing. The man just going along with that. Bro, that happened to us in prison.
Hey.
Like the slave master got us under control.
Hey.
We can't do shit. You do something, you get gassed. You get locked up. They got whooped. We get gassed. We get locked up. We get segregation. This is the new form of the plantation and the slave and the prisoner. This is what's happening. Like, real talk. Like, I used to tell myself, there's no way no slave master could do that to me because I'll fight back. I'll run, I'll do. You say all kinds of stuff you would do. You go to prison, you do not. You just take the abuse. Because what? You ain't got no goddamn choice. Same like a slave. You think he want to get whooped? He there because why? He got no choice. See, Preston is telling us we gotta vacate the room. Right? Yo, man down. Yeah, right? Right, I caught him out the corner of my eye. So in terms of prison being the new, like I told you, black men, you probably know the numbers. We enter prison at a high rate and we leave at a low rate. Like I gave the analogy. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So when you came out, you said you were out for 2 years now?
Almost. A year, 10 months.
Okay.
A year, 11 months actually.
And you're employed full time?
Full time.
Did you have any problem getting a job when you first came out?
So here's the thing now. And it's crucial. That's why it says we have to play an active role. I had a lane. Like 100%. Yo, Qadr Allah. God has made it easy for me. I ain't even lying to you. Because I came out here hitting the ground running. Right? And like I told you, I started building those links from inside. Because I knew I was coming out here to a different world. So I started to connect with the people that could put me in the lane of where I wanted to be. Right? Let's say I wanted to be a mechanic. I'm not going to go talk to somebody about construction. Because I'm going to come out here and do a job that I don't like. And eventually I'm going to say, forget this, I'm out. But if I know I'm getting out and 6 to 8 months before that, I started to have contacts and communication with people who are mechanics. And I have folks on the outside that are supporting that are willing to
throw a net in the sea for me. When I get out here, shit, I might just clean the garage, but I'm in the garage working. I at least enjoy this. Right? For myself, like I said, I made certain contacts and certain communications, and my whole thing was not to let my sentence go in vain. And like I told you, I enjoy shooting people. I enjoyed making money. I enjoyed all of those things because you didn't know no better. You didn't know no better. So I'm not going to tell somebody who's doing that, yo, don't do it. Because in that fucking moment, that's what he know and it feel good. Right? Anybody tell you like, oh, money the root of all evil. Been broke all their life. Money can't buy you happiness. They've been broke. Right? Not true. You know what I mean? Not true at all. Money do all kinds of things, whatever you want it to do. You know what I mean? But you can't wash off certain things. You know what I mean? And the earlier you get to know that type of shit, the better off you're going to be. You know? So, like, at present moment, like, I mess with a lot of non-profit orgs, but I found my lane in an actually white org. Yeah. So I use white people to help fight my battle. Because white people fighting white people, you're going to get better results. I'm sorry to tell you. Like, what the hell I'm going to... Go ahead.
First of all, thank you so very much for using the term guard builder all day. So I'm going to use it here. Thank you, in guard build in space. That sure make
Siri work with us. Question I got for you is, because we're talking about the youth, the young brothers out here that are kegalized after the right date. Have you given thought to providing an opportunity to connect with those who want to be connected with, to tell them your story in a way that it could, your message, your journey, the story that you went through, could instill enough fear factor in their mindset, or at least change their mindset to hear from somebody who went and spent 33 plus years in jail. And the reason why I say this is because I don't think these young men realize the impact that they're having. I don't think they realize really what life in prison is all about, because it probably be that they're invincible and that they're not going to get caught and they're never going to spend a day in life in prison. You know, so just wondering if you've done it, if you had intentions on doing it, because I personally believe that your message could be extremely powerful and it could save a life, it could save a generation. Because what we've been doing in the community is not working. You know, we had our healing sessions, the healing session that we had, the session that we had in our communities, it's not for those youth, it's for us.
So, I'm glad you said that. Because for me, like I told you, I in line with white folks. I've been to Citadel Hill for talk. Excuse my language, but what the heck Citadel Hill know about my life? You go to Citadel Hill, your life is probably okay. Right? But in the same breath, even rich kids get in trouble. Right? But for me personally, I was here last year. And any day that I'm here, any way that I can reach any youth, any young man to make him know my youth, to believe me when I tell you, as glorious and as good as this, and like I told you, I enjoy it, none of it nowhere. Believe you me. Like I said, you lose your humanity when you go to jail. When you go to prison. Never mind my life belonging to you. Like, the police can come and take whatever he wants from you at any time. And you can't say nothing. You can do a whole bunch of complaining, this, that, the other, the third. But your stuff's gone. A police will come to your cell every day after search. Because he has reason to leave. What kind of lifestyle? Right? I'm in my cell and guards run up in my cell 3, 4 o'clock in the morning like I'm on a road. Like I'm on a road getting raided. Right? But in a whole nother demeaning way. Because you're in a cell that's this big and 15 dudes, flashlight, shields at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm in a cell. You can come to my door 2 at a time and say, yo, my guy, we coming to get you. Because I can't go nowhere. I'm in this cell. Right? But it's the trauma and the mind that messed up this, that they want you to have, that fear.
What do you say here with healing circles? Do you crack the ANSGI?
Yeah, but like, here's the thing now. Like I said, you got to talk to these dudes in language they understand. They don't understand no healing circle. Because like you said, it's grown men talking about their stuff.
When I say
Yep.
the healing circles and the healing sessions were for the community.
Yeah.
And the youth that are over there pulling the trigger, they're not at those sessions. So my question to you is, have you spoken to youth who are out in the key, out in the world, playing in that space?
So most of the dude, not in Halifax, and like I told you, please, if you know a way I can get there, come get me. Like, listen, any man in this room know a way that I can link up with youth in Halifax? Holler at me. I don't just speak, fam. Like if you know, say, yo, there's youth that can hear what I'm saying, holler at me. Cause 100, I'ma come let it know. Like I said, 15, you ain't no damn man. You stupid. You ain't a man at 15. I don't care how many bodies you think you got. You ain't a man them time, Garrett. Said nobody dissing them, nobody trying to like top down to them. Cause some of them are some real killers. But your mind frame ain't right. So anybody in this place, you think like, man, maybe if you talk to this youngin, I know a youngin, get at me.
How hard has yet? The best of my knowledge, they have the seal trying to put in place with the government itself. When people are going into the system, especially you going into the system, they're trying to do something similar to killing circles before they get to the sentence.
Restorative justice. Yeah, we on that.
Restorative justice, yeah.
It's a form of restorative justice. We on that, but we ain't trying to get there. We're trying to get them not to get to that court.
So what I'm saying is that a person like you with your story, those youth who are sitting at that table and have to go to that diversion to court, your story lead actions. So these are pump that you to ask that actually.
I repeat, y'all know any lane.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's crowded, whatever. We slide in there sideways. Like I ain't gonna tell you we gotta be helping these young men, and like I ain't gonna be the first to jump in the water. Sharks are not, right? Cause I told you, they taking them at young ages. So I'm active in the jails right now, and most of my young boys in the jail are on L. L meaning a life sentence. And I communicate with them all the time, and they average age is 25, and some of them been there 9 years already. 7 years. The ones that are in their 30s, they got double digits on their time. Cause most of them started like when I did, and they 20. I was 20 when I started my sentence.
Is there a school of thought to have to try and reach the younger men before they get involved in their lifestyle? Because it appears the challenge to get the courage to actually assemble, or whether they want to have a basketball team.
So here's the thing now. You can't assemble until you get them right separated. Like, you can't ask me to come deal with my ops if I ain't right with here first. I gotta be right in this space before I go occupy any space that has an office, right? So when you're saying, can we do like tournaments and things of that nature that bring everybody together? Yeah, but not right now, because everybody together, they're killing each other. So we gotta get them to talk, kill each other, sing first.
But for instance, in the in the school system, when they're again for the high speed, somehow implemented some sort of program so that you can reach the younger ones with the biggest peer practice that you could bring to them to let them hear. Or they is too young.
No,
I'm just trying to.
No, I got you. But like, first and foremost, I ain't trying to scare them, right? Because people do dumb shit when they're scared. So I ain't trying to scare them. I'm trying to keep knowledge to them. I'm trying to get them like straight gems and like facts that they probably don't really think about. You know what I mean? And it's funny. The greatest motivator in life and the greatest thing that you can install in anybody in life is communication. Simple communication. Right? And we all know, like, we know kids from they're young. 5-year-old, yo, he's gonna be a bad kid. No! You, come here, what's going on? Why you acting like this, yo? You like only 5 and you acting like this already. Communication. And you communicate with them in a way that doesn't seem authoritative. It doesn't seem like you're bigger than them. Right? Every communication with somebody younger than you gotta remember something. Please, all you old folks up in here, when you communicate with these young men, they can't come up to your level. They ain't got those years to do that. So you got to find yourself a way to come down to their level and not think that you're stupid or becoming less than. It's just what it is. They can't. They don't. The years don't allow for it. So when you try to give him years of knowledge in an old man way, his ears shut off after the 2 sentence. So you got to bring yourself down to his way of communication, right? And that work a whole lot better. You have to do that. You must. You cannot communicate at the state you are and think that they can understand. Cannot. It's like telling a 3-year-old, stop, don't do that. And thinking because you got some assertiveness in your voice, this 3-year-old automatically, they don't know what the hell you're talking about. You go, shut up. Don't go do this.
I'm just sitting there thinking, a lot of the time, wouldn't.
Here we go. Presley didn't kick everybody out. We out.
I was just thinking,
Go ahead.
in terms of parenting,
Would that have I think that was
all kinds of parents that talk about too.
Definitely. Parenting ain't easy, especially in this time. Parenting ain't easy because everybody want to be your friend with their parent before they want to be the disciplinarian. Nobody want to be the bad parent. I want to be the cool parent. Nah. Cool parents, kid go to jail. Yo, thank you guys. Yes, sir.
I can imagine it's in the school.
Yeah. Right? Thank you, sir. Definitely.
My film.
See? Listen.
When in November, so 30 days.
Really? Like, yeah, I got that. You asked it, three. It did. If you're ready, guys, super use yeah.
All right, brothers, welcome back. Yeah, how you feeling now? Not in a height. How are you feeling now? Hey, Nate. Listen, it's been a not too long of a day, but it's been a big day. Lots of action packed, right? So we still have some VIP discussion left, right? Also, only y'all are part of the VIP, so that's why it's that. But yeah, coming up, I think I'm not gonna talk too long. I'm mindful of time, so we still have Brother Lindell. Then we'll have our panelists to the speakers from today. Obviously, not everyone can see all of the sessions. So when the panel comes up, we'll each give kind of a snapshot, like 1.5 minutes, about what their session was. And then we're going to hold all of the questions to the end of all the panelists. And then we're going to have just a kind of a long round of questions so you can ask, whether it's to the panelists or Lindell, or whoever. You got a question, bring it out. This is a conversation, right? So not formal. I'm going to bring up Brother Lindell, who wears many hats as a community man. We all should know him. Was in the politics, was in the advocacy, was in community development, and we've all talked about the different hats, but being a father, right? Being a leader, being somebody who, we can lean on, but also lets people know it's okay to lean on people. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. We appreciate you. We see you. We need to hear your voice. They do always see you.
So, all right, on today's show of Cooking with Lindell, we're going to cook a risotto. Come around, brother man. I really appreciate being in this room today, seeing all your faces, some beautiful, some cute, some scruffy. But I appreciate you all. As mentioned, my name is Lindell, and I am very fortunate to say I know most of you in this room, and that is a testament to not only my community, but shout out to my dad, where you dad, in the back, of making sure that I know my community and making sure I know my people. So, yeah, it feels like I'm talking to family, and literally I'm talking to family and out of this room. So I was asked today to talk about my story and where I've been and how I'm going to do that. Personally, I'm not doing that today. Because some of you in this room might have seen me speak and might have heard my name, but what I want to do with the short time that I have is to acknowledge you, acknowledge the Black men in our communities and what you do. And, people like me, we get platforms, we get stages, we get speeches, but there's men like you who are just every day in our communities, boots on the ground, surviving, working, supporting. And I just want to take this moment that I have to acknowledge what you are doing and acknowledge each other. So is that okay with you, Dax? So before I do that, just so you know who I am if you don't know, so I grew up in north end of Halifax. God is a street, but my roots are to Preston Township. So, you know, I gotta give a big shout out and acknowledgement and thanks to my grandparents, my great grandparents, but my grandparents, Tom and Theo DeCauley, Merlin Netta Smith, those are my roots. And then my dad, Joe Maggie Smith. And so, you know, that's me. My roots are in the Preston Township, grew up in the city, north end of Halifax. I spent 2 terms as a city councilor in the north end, in the area that I grew up in, the area that I was raised in. So I'm very honored and fortunate and blessed to have that opportunity. Last year, I decided that I was going to walk away from politics after 2 terms. I could continue, then some of you in this room tried to hit me to keep going, and I said, no, I had my time. I did what I can, and it's time to pass the torch. And luckily, Virginia Hinch, who was from the community where I grew up with son, I grew up with her, and she was someone that I looked to as a Black woman who is supporting their family. To, you know, I'm happy that she's carrying that torch as well. And in this moment, I just also want to acknowledge the women in our lives who are not here. Someone get on our nerves, but we have to acknowledge the women in our lives who are every day supporting our families and looking after our kids and feeding us and doing all the things that we don't want to do, but they're there to do that work for us. Yeah, we give them a shout. Why not? Why not? Even though they get on our nerves. So when I said I want to acknowledge you, the reason I thought that would be a good use of time today is because how we show up to each other is so important. And I'm going to give some people in this room their flowers, because it was mentioned earlier that we unfortunately wait until those people are no longer with us to give them those flowers. And some of them have left today, but I'm going to still just mention some names. But I want to give people their flowers because of how they show up to our community. And I don't just mean people who are like me, who have a public lens. I mean, we know there's folks in our community where something goes wrong with your car. Let me call Mark. Mark might take 20 years to fix the car. Mark might not get the right part, but didn't go back and get the right part. He might charge you too much, but then give you some money back. But you know he will answer your call and they'll fix it. Those are the type of people that we as Black men, and especially in Nova Scotia, we support and we come to know. I think of Brother Pastor Leonard, who most folks in this room will know, who has held the church down for a long time, but has also advocated for his community. You can tell him that when you see him that I give him a shout out. But I also make fun of him because his sermon's too long. But we still love him. We still love him. I think of my brothers in this room, Bradley and Brandon, who we've known each other for a long time. Who, you know, we had this conversation to see both of you grow into the men you are today, where you're not only for Brandon and Bradley, but like raising families, putting values of support, of health and wellness and knowledge into your household, but other household, but also in supporting me as I was going through my life as a politician, but also just as a brother to be there for me. So thank you. But okay, yeah, sure, give him a round of applause. I also think of people like Preston, who most of you might know Preston because he gets on everyone's nerves. But folks in the health world who, you know, I know some of you here are practitioners and work in health, but even though Preston gets on our nerves, if you call Preston and you have a problem, he will answer and he will show up. And that is what you do. So, you know, I really want you to not only, you know, thank people that are in this room, and I'll keep going in a moment, but if there's people in your lives that are supportive of you and you support them, just every once in a while, just tell them I appreciate you. Because as Black men, And Russell, thank you for your talk today. I know you're in Rough Summers. Thank you for just acknowledging, healthy relationships, but we also need healthy relationships with each other. Because we think it's a weird thing to, show your brother love, like real love. Like I might give you a dap, yup. What did you say? Don't be I get him? I've got her. I got you. What are you gonna be? A getter. And we have people in our lives who are those, and they come in different shapes and sizes. Sometimes it's that person who gets on your nerves, but you know that you could call him and he will show up and be there for you. So one of the activities I do in classes when I speak to them, and I can't do it with this chair because I know the attendance room are not going to be comfortable with it. But what I would do with students is I put a chair in a room, in the middle of the room, and usually because they're younger, they think it's hilarious. I get one of the young guys to sit in the chair. And this is where some of you might you might get at me for a sec. And then I tell another young guy, if they're friends, to sit on the chair at the same time. And sometimes the friend might try to sit on the other guy's lap, which is weird, and ooh, stop it, or try to sit on the chair together. But the purpose of it is this chair is gonna hold both of you up. Then I ask another guy, try to sit on that chair as well. And 3 of them will try to sit on that chair, and that chair will hold them up. And the purpose is this chair will take that weight. Find the people in your lives that will take that weight. I know it's hard, but there are people who support you and who are in your chair. And you need to make sure that not only that they're there to support you, but you're there to support them. The other piece is, as you see this chair and these empty chairs, which will soon be full chairs, who should be in the room? Who should be here? Who should hear these words? We need to make sure that there are young black men especially who need to be in these rooms, who are going through a lot, who are dealing with a lot, who are taking on a lot. And a room like this doesn't make sense because they got stuff going on, but we need to bring them with us. And no hate on anyone in the room. We got some frequent flyers, including myself, who come every year. We need to make sure that we're bringing new faces and faces that should be here who would benefit from that work. So, where am I? How much time am I right now? All right. I know we're also behind, so I'm not going to take much time. The last piece, just around support, I also think we as Black men need to also look at ways to allow our children to be those supports. Because too much we let our pride make us as the only one that can be the supporter. Because, where am I at? I know better than you. I'm older than you. I've been through more. But hopefully one day when I get old, and if I need to go into a home, I hope my kids won't put me in a home. They'll take care of me. But at the same time, I think it's important for us to acknowledge that our kids do have knowledge. They have unconditional love for us. Some don't, whatever the situation might be. But at the end of the day, I think it's important as men that put our pride away, and our kids can be that support that we need. We don't have to be their friends. We don't have to treat them as one of our buddies, but there is room for that. And I think sometimes you don't do enough of allowing our kids to be that supportive place as well. Because kids will throw you for a loop. I can tell you a story that my daughter got me good the other day at home because I'm embarrassed how good she got me. But, so, all right, sure. So, my daughter is 16 now, and she thinks she's a woman. And, you got all the men in the room who have young daughters, you're going through that stage where they think they're a woman, but, they're not. And so I had that conversation with her, like, you don't even know how to tie your shoe properly. You're trying to get your license, you boyfriends and blah, 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 this and that. And she looks at me and said, well, Dad, what were you doing when you were 16 years old? Well, I was driving, I had a girlfriend, hanging out with my friends, I wasn't doing that good in school. But in that moment, she's like, well, you did it, so what should I not be doing? It's like, yeah, well, this is that moment where, I let her get a little jab at me, but then she actually asked for advice. How can you help me understand what I should not be doing at this point in my life? I was very proud of her for even having that, openness to just take advice from her dad, because coming from the son of my dad being in his room, there's lots of advice I never took from you. But now that I'm a dad, I'm like, oh gosh, now I see what he was trying to tell me. So in that, within that space, I'm gonna end it here. Really, what I want to leave with you in this room today is that there are people in our lives, people in our communities who get flowers, but there are people who are doing everyday things for us. The guy who shows up to your house to fix the door that's crooked, fix the tap that's leaking. Whenever you need to drive somewhere, if your car broke, we know those people in our lives that show up for us. If you left your bank card home, they'll show up and they'll get to you. Your first person, like Papa Grant, I'll give you a shout out. My first cut. You gave my first cut, and a few cuts later, you cut off my rat tail by mistake. It's okay. You probably don't remember that. I tried to blame Tropiz for it, but Tropiz was like, no, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. My mom actually kept that for years because I don't know if she got beef with you or not, but it's all good. It's all love. But just give people their flowers, give people their love, and the men, and I mean the men in your lives. We do it for our women, but do it for the men because we don't do it enough, and we get to in our own feelings, in our own macho-ness to do that. And I just feel like we just need to acknowledge the work, the love, support that are Black men, that we get each other. So with that, thank you for giving me a moment. I really appreciate it and look forward to seeing you guys all again.
We have to give him a thank you gift. We'll give him one more round of applause. So I think at this point, we're gonna get our speakers from the different sessions to come up and be the panelists. Yeah, quicker than that, oh geez.
It's a long day.
Yeah. Any seats?
Man, he moved though.
And I think how we'll do this, so this will kind of be a floating microphone. Kiki, doesn't matter which side, we'll just start on one side and work our way across. Is that cool? All right.
You recording? Yeah, I want that.
This is live. So yeah, if you have questions, I don't know, use your phone or write it down or just make a note. We're gonna load all the questions at the end so we can have kind of a real conversation instead of just hear one person talk and kind of broken, if that makes sense. If you got a problem with it, don't see me outside. You can do it up here. We'll do it up here. But yeah, we'll start right in the middle with you. And we'll slide this way. Just kind of recap on your session.
So my session was around relationships and really the mic just went out.
Oh. Do that. It's back. Yeah, battery.
It's a buck right now. It's back.
Check. All right. So my session was on relationships and really like all facets of relationships, not just like relationships, like intimate relationships, because like every relationship is different, and really wanting to look at how do we, do the things that we can do to ensure that we have healthy relationships in every area of our lives, whether that's with our children, whether that's with our spouses, whether that's with our friends and family, with our colleagues and coworkers, and really just trying to share some kind of practical things that can help us to really make sure that we're requiring healthy relationships, because that's something that you truly have to require. You have to be intentional about it. You have to seek it out. And there's things that we have to do. There's work that we have to do so that we're not bringing baggage, we're not bringing bondage and things like that from our past that is going to show up in our relationships and prevent us from really being able to experience and engage and be in reciprocal, healthy relationships that aren't just one-sided or one way. We really want to be able to have relationships where we hold space for things like vulnerability and truth telling, and also being able to extend forgiveness and things like accountability. And the thing that I was really trying to stress in this session too is that those things really have to start with you. There's a lot of things that we always are looking for, and we're really trying to hold others accountable to things, but we're not showing up to relationships and bringing those things to the table. So it's important that we start with ourselves first. So we're seeking love, and we need to, start loving ourselves so that we can extend love to others. So, a lot of those things that we really try to, hold other people to, a standard to, we need to make sure that we're bringing those types of things to the table. We're bringing those types of things to the relationship. And if we consistently are doing that, then, we're going to experience things like joy and happiness and peace in relationships, which is, these are things that we all deserve and we're all worthy of. And so that was really kind of my session in a really kind of quick version of it. And I'm thankful to everybody that attended my session and engaged in the session. And I'm happy to take any questions once we hear from the other breakout session facilitators.
Yes, mate. All right. I would be fine to go the other way, but
okay. There is one crack the whip there. All right. So my name is Dave Perkins. My session was co-hosted with Clinton. We talked about financial wellness. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So my session was it was like 4 parts. I started off, I introduced myself for the first time in one of my sessions. Then I gave my list of credentials, so I'm going to do it again real quick. I'm licensed to sell mutual funds, stock, I'm a licensed stockbroker, I'm fiduciary, which is important. I'm a licensed wealth manager, and I'm also licensed to sell life insurance, critical illness, and disability. The reason that's important is because it enables me to provide a holistic financial plan. Then I talked a little bit about the state of the industry, independent versus a bank advisor. I'm not going to go too deep into that, but then I also talked about I got dove right into generational wealth, 4-step process on how to build, create, and generate and pass on generational wealth to the next generation. And as with all my speeches, it did start with insurance, but I clarified that I want to make sure that the insurance component applies to all of the family members. It's not just the man of the household or the woman of the household, your children as well. And then I did a live demonstration on life insurance on a child and the impact that would have on setting up that child for financial well-being for that child's entire life. Then I switched into an investment component where I talked, because the insurance is the foundation, but then you have to also add on the investment component. And I talked a little bit about quantitative versus qualitative investing, quantitative being my preference. And then from there, Clinton took over. So I'm going to pass it over to,
Joachim.
Yes, hi. So my name is Joachim. Today I had the task to present on a rare genetic disease with a weird name that is called amyloidosis. And it's not necessarily easy to pronounce. And the fact is that that disease is actually not so rare within your community. There is an explanation, and it really actually comes from history. The gene that bring that disease actually come from Western Africa. So it got brought to North America with the slave trade and brought to Nova Scotia with the Black Royalist history. And what we've seen, and actually learning from the session, is that in each of those 3 breakout sessions where there was over 20, 25 people, someone had someone that died in his family or large family from that disease, which is totally not normal in terms of frequency, right? Statistically, it doesn't make any sense. So that disease is running in your community. So my mission for you guys is to make sure that you know about the disease, that this is a disease that causes heart failure and neuropathy. So neuropathy meaning like carpal tunnel syndrome, meaning like wrist pain and some weird feeling in the fingers, tingling in the fingers that can translate into difficulty walking and stuff like that. It's a disease that occurs in the 50s, 60s-year-old person. So, if your mother, your grandmother passed away, for example, from heart failure, or if your mother is suffering from, shortness of breath, this is something you should have top of mind. And the other really hurdle is that probably your physician don't know about that disease because so far there was no treatment. It was a disease that within 3 or 5 years the person with disease from the disease and no treatment was available. That has changed. If the disease is diagnosed early, treatment can be initiated early, and the person can virtually live disease-free for the rest of his life. So it really matters that early diagnosis is made and that you are very much aware of that disease and you bring that awareness to your respective communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Gideon Joseph. I was in the physical health and nutrition Erkobu. I am a nutrition coach and personal trainer, and my talk was mostly teaching individuals about the basics of nutrition, letting them understand that it's important to not guess your way through nutrition. So we spoke about how to interpret and read the nutrition table and ingredients list, understanding what each of the important elements mean, understanding the importance of balance when it comes to nutrition as well on a day-to-day basis, and not demonizing food. Knowing that there is no such thing as good or bad food, but just good or bad choices. I also spoke about just different elements, different things that you can do on a day-to-day basis to improve your nutrition. Understanding the concepts of calorie in, calories out, understanding what macronutrients are, micronutrients are, the role that they play in your body, the role that they play on a day-to-day basis. I also spoke about trying as much as possible to the guesswork or to give nutrition. And I think that was it. Yeah. Thank you for coming, my old.
Thank you. My name is Denise Scott. I'm a former track and field athlete from St. Mary's University. And I went on to bodybuilding. Currently just focusing on longevity as a personal trainer, nutritionist, fitness coach, and strength and conditioning coach. Today my session was with Kadeem as well, and more so focused on longevity. So one things I touched base on was how to get your posture in check before you do a workout. Proper warm-ups for workouts. How to make time for workout. Those of us still have a busy schedule with families and stuff like that. That can be a roadblock in most cases. You also touch on proper recovery methods that you can put into place after a workout session, as well as we also did what was it? Yeah, we did the posture. Yeah, there's the myofascial self-release, and that's the recovery as well. I showed up quite a few different tools that you can add to your arsenal when it comes to recovery. Not everyone got to see those. Fortunately, the time was a bit against us. But yeah, that was pretty much my session in a nutshell.
My name is Redford. How's everybody doing? You been here a minute now? Can't believe Preston still have us here, but it is what it is. I tried to go through the door, he dragged me back in. Right, so my session was men's mental health, but we brought the topic to just men's wellness, and we brought it more to the youth depth and how we need to get them well. Right? Okay.
Keep you going all the way to the top.
Hey everybody, Coulter Simmons. Happy to be here. Happy to see all the cats here. The session I was in, a co-facilitating partner here was, and my part in that was masculinity, how redefining and basically just spoke about how it came about for me as a black man, told to be strong, straighten up, say with chest, and like those tears and stuff like that. But I kind of talked about it and told him about how allowing myself to cry and the tears coming out of my eyes allowed me to be strong in the sort of toughest times and bitter things in my life. And that led up to the loss of my mother. So losing a bunch of young men to this gun violence in the streets made me start to think about, okay, this ain't working for me. I got to find a better way for me to deal with this stuff because it's hurting. And then I started to allow myself to go get mental health support, counseling to just deal with it. So I spoke about that. And then also losing the strongest person I know, which was my mother. And then just allowing myself for a week to just come home every night and go into the shower and just cry. Preston again, who put Preston back on the spot, told me that I'm doing a talk on masculinity, redefining masculinity, and I'm just like, what is it talk about? But not realizing that the guy upstairs doesn't work in mysterious ways. He works in amazing ways. It's a conversation I want to start having with our young men so that they don't think that they need to leave somebody at the end of a bullet. The only way to show that they're strong. So basically that's what my part in our talk and comments was about.
Hi everyone, my name is Randy Headley. I had a very difficult presentation to do because in the 3 sessions I asked the question, how many of you had a post-secondary degree? And all but one person kept their hands down. So I was supposed to encourage people to go back to school.
They were all school.
And so it was very difficult, but lovely. We talked about what post-secondary education looked like and how I differentiate between wisdom, knowledge, and education. And I also advocated for young men to project their own identity in the curriculum and in the classroom setting. I share experiences of some of the students I encounter on a daily basis, where they are happy to be black. Students who are out of Africa and confessing that I'm so glad to be black, right? I also share experience of what many might say, oh, this is odd. I share that this is the norm in my setting where in a university that is predominantly women, I have the most black men in my office on a regular basis, and I love it. We get to talk about a lot of things. And so I want to let you know that post-secondary education is, I guess, a space for black men to challenge each other and to talk about other issues besides education. But it is a space for us to learn. Coming out of that conversation too was the idea of us teaching our young men to gain education as a means to an end. To receive an education to work for someone else, as opposed to receive an education to build your community, to build yourself. And so the discussion, I thought, was very fruitful. In the end, we recognize that when you educate a community, you build a nation. And I recognize that this community that is being educated and a group of educated men that came to our session is nation building. So I was thankful for being in that space.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron. My topic was high blood pressure and stress. And I'm always impressed with the questions you get at these sessions because it just shows that people are thinking about things and paying attention and being mindful of what they need to do, because the thing about treating high blood pressure is that it's the same thing you're doing as treating heart disease, preventing strokes, preventing dementia, all of the things, diet, exercise. Sometimes I feel like I'm like a broken record, but these things are important. And so I think we had a good discussion about that, a little bit about nutrition, a little bit about exercise, very little about medications, because I really feel like lifestyle is the more important part of this whole equation. And when you get to the stage where you need to be taking drugs, okay, you need them. That's, you know, and you take them. But on the other hand, taking them without doing the other part of the homework, which is the diet, the exercise, the weight loss, stress management. And that was the second part of the talk, was about stress and where that comes from, and some strategies that I use myself personally in dealing with stress and try to lower my stress. And again, we got a good feedback and a lot of good questions. So thanks to all of you that participated in that. It was a great session.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My task for today was to talk about financial concepts with David in the financial wellness. And I had the wonderful joy of talking about everyone's favorite topic, with his taxes. But I like to try and make things that no one wants to talk about, but we talk about, because if they don't get talked about, then we don't learn. And without learning about taxes and business structures, things like sole proprietorship or incorporate businesses, well, then we miss out on those benefits that other people will gain on. And so as a group, in particular, I always like to point out the fact that I don't know of any other place, probably biased, where there's so many hardworking, dedicated, intelligent, strong men, as in the Black communities. But now we finally need to take that intelligence of work and effort and put it to something that can foster dividends and returns beyond just our work. Because at some point, we're going to stop working. But hopefully the systems and the businesses that we build and put in place will still be there working long after for those that we want to leave it to. So it's a little generational wealth, but working smarter, not necessarily harder, and incorporating all the different things into that that make it possible.
I'm not holding this mic for a long time, but I'm gonna do it like this. We're opening the questions. We're opening the questions here. Before we do that, let's just give all of our guests a round of applause. All right, so I guess this is the question. So if you have a question, you know, put your hand up. If there's a lot of questions, I would say shout it out, but then it's gonna get wild. Which way your hand up? What? Up there. Do you want the mic? I'll run it up.
Yeah, can we make a comment to the question?
Maybe.
Depends on the comment.
Okay, thank you very much. I was here last year, and this year I said that I must be here despite all the inconveniences that I have today. Because I love when God has come together like this. I'm interested in two things. First is the education you mentioned, and I was happy that you said that only one person didn't have a master's. That is very lovely, and that is how to build our community. Because I've noticed that any community that goes to school that has degrees, they usually are very progressive, and when they have money, they are taken away from drugs, from violence, from all the activities, and they are moving very, very well. So that is a very good one for our community. Second is business. I keep on talking about the Lebanese community. Lebanon is one of the smallest countries in the world, and they have very serious problems of wars of so many years that made them this. But Lebanon is one of the strongest community in every country of the world. I'm talking Nigeria. Lebanon has a very strong Nigerian community, so many businesses. In Argentina, they have about 4 million people. They are very strong. In the US, in Canada, everywhere they are. What we need to be doing is to look at communities like this and find out what is making them very, very successful financially. And we can copy and paste. People like you who are in financial literacy, we can copy and paste. One thing I think they have is cooperatives. If we can start building cooperatives within the Black communities so that we can come together and start businesses. We build what we have apartment businesses, IT, banking, financial, so that rather than doing one-man business, we come together and start building businesses. That way we can build a stronger and richer and prouder community. Thank you very much.
I love that. I'm going to go to the next question. I will say, we don't always have to learn just from the other communities, because we have done this. It just happens that whenever we do it in our communities, the powers that be try to break it apart too, right? So we definitely got to learn, but also use the people and build on the foundation.
Stop blaming everybody else and look at ourselves first. He's right about the qualities though. There's a lot of power in this room right now. And that thing though is like, the powers that be, if we come together, they can't divide it. And we divide ourselves, they're always going to get us.
I'm just adding that we have invented and created everything, and when we do it, we get staken. Your question.
My question is for the doctor. I recently moved home from Toronto. I was gone for 20 years, and I came back to my community. And my grandfather, he passed away at 85 from Alzheimer's, and now I experiencing multiple women in my community with dementia. So I need to know, I don't even know what kind of questions I'm asking, but I would like to get more information about characteristics and traits in adults in the early 50s of dementia, so we could diagnose it, because I know one woman takes a plethora of pills, and I know another woman who doesn't. And I'm trying to avoid the pill method or the medication method. If there's other ways, like you said, exercise, stress, things that could have brought on the dementia, but maybe afterwards I could talk to you and you could give me some pointers on how to help these individuals with dementia. It's not a question, I guess it's a comment.
A brief kind of response to that is Dr. Ron.
So all of the risk factors that we talked about for heart disease and high blood pressure apply to dementia. So diabetes, high blood pressure, inactivity, overweight, poor diet, all of those things are important. And we know exercise is the number one thing that's been shown to prevent dementia or delay the onset of it. So I just encourage everybody to get out there, do something anyway in terms of exercise. They recommend for blood pressure, for instance, 150 minutes a week. Sounds like a lot, but it's not. It's 30 minutes 5 times a week. I mean, your favorite TV show is twice that. So, yeah.
Is for alcohol a figure?
Yes.
For dementia?
Yes. Alcohol can contribute to development of dementia for sure in many ways. So
I heard recently that strikes like if you take too much sugar and it's to spiking walking, that will lead to dementia.
Yes, diabetes is definitely a risk factor. So controlling your blood sugar is really important. Smoking is another one. I'm the bearer of bad news, but it's true. There are some things I feel that just got to be done in moderation or not at all. So, and chronic stress, we talked about that, being in a fight or flight situation your whole life is bad for you because cortisol levels are high, adrenaline and noradrenaline levels are high. Those lead to all kinds of complications that in turn can lead to things like strokes and dementia and heart disease. So deal with your stress one way or another. Get help with it if you need to. Don't be too proud. You say, no, I'm a tough black man. I can suck it up and I can, look after my own business. But You know, there's times in all our life when we got to turn to somebody. It might be your pastor, it might be your friend, it might be anybody, but reach out because down the road, this is important. And we talked about some of the traumas that people suffer earlier in their life and how that puts people at risk for bad things to happen later on. So if you're feeling it and feeling that kind of pressure, then, you know, we got lots of gentlemen here that can help and others that are there. The Brotherhood is there. We've got clinical therapists. We have a psychiatrist if it's a more serious problem. And that's what we do. That's our business. We want to see, yeah.
Dr. Ron, I don't need a mic. I put on the scan. You did a study down probably I think 5 years now in reference to hearing loss that can affect those one of those two diseases. And once I want to say it's dementia. Yeah.
Yes.
But I could be wrong. Is it dementia or is it Alzheimer's?
Yeah, well, Alzheimer's is a form of dementia. There's several different forms. Alzheimer's and what we call vascular dementia is probably the commonest types. And yes, hearing loss can be a risk factor for developing dementia down the road. Well, it's interesting. Someone with people who we think have dementia really can't hear. And that's the problem, that they get a pair of hearing aids and all of a sudden they're smarter than you are. So, you know, it's not always what it appears to be. You're a lot simple.
More questions. Health questions. Gentlemen, let's see. Comment.
Can I just say one thing too, just to address, thank you for the comments about the different abilities for communities to somewhat strive over others. The one thing I will say, and I'll keep this very short because I can talk about this for a long time, is the loss or the lack of unity in our communities. And a lot of people don't want to talk about this stuff. But the truth is, for a long time, the church was the central thing that kept the black communities together. So my father says this best, and I love it when he says this. He says, sometimes when we had less, we actually had more. Now, that doesn't mean financially we had more, but when Trayvon asked earlier about what does it mean to be successful, a lot of the time success in our society is not based around the most important things. It's based around money or fame or whatever someone wants to subscribe to. So what my challenge that I like to always leave is, if we want to compete with a group of people who are willing to be unified, then we've got to get unified. Because at the end of the day, we have not only communities, we even have churches, we have families who are dividing on a consistent basis more so than coming together. And part of what this whole group is all about is the unity idea, and about, in order for me to be the best version of myself, I need to get my own mental health taken care of. I need to be the best version I can present to others. But as long as there's only one or two trying to fight a group of oncoming waves, you can be the biggest, strongest person in the room. But I can promise you, one man in here will be able to take on all 500, 600 people. And there's power in numbers and there's power in unity. So if we don't get back to that mindset of unity and of being able to love and respect each other, well, then we're not going to be able to compete with any other system in place. Yeah.
More.
My question was about the one you're talking about, the one that's thyroid disease. Yeah. How do you know? Like, how do you get tested for that, or to know it? To get treated for it, or to know if you even had it?
That's a good one. So AM. I'm taking the test now. YLOIDIS. I'm going too fast. To answer the question, so how do you test it? So there's a genetic test that can be done. There's a genetic counselor here at IWK that is very much interested in the disease, and that has really, we share the same view that there is that high prevalence, that unusual, presence of the disease in the Black Royalist community. this is a disease that normally you need only one copy of the gene of the disease. In Nova Scotia, I mean, especially in the Annapolis Valley, we have found 3 patients with 2 copies of the gene, and those are the only patients with 2 copies of the gene in Canada, known patients in Canada. So this is highly, highly unusual. To have 2 copies of the gene means that both of your parents were a 3 carrier. So it's something that it's an outlier, right? So this is why I think it's so important within your community to be aware of that. If you have any doubt, I'm sure like the Brotherhood is probably the right place to start with, and they were able to help you navigate through the health system. There are all kind of cardiac tests that can be done, imaging, echo, etc. There is nerve conduction studies that can be done because the other components. So there's a cardiac component and a neuropathy component. Neuropathy component, might start very mildly, but might evolve actually quite fast, up to being bound in a wheelchair quite fast, and eventually bedridden as well. So all of this, the thing is, all of this is preventable. If the disease is diagnosed early enough, you can almost like stop the progression of the disease with treatment. So this is why this is so important. Yes.
Is that something we can get on this to Google?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes, you can. Yeah. And I have some pamphlet on the disease, so I can leave them here. And if ever you're interested, you can pick that one, and that will save me the spelling exercise.
That's gonna be my next question. He's spelled it again a little slow, but if you have a
we usually see a mail pamphlet. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The conference was absolutely excellent. So thank you very, very much for another opportunity to meet so many very, very informed, intelligent, and powerful Black men. I just wanted to raise a suggestion for a future Black Men's Health Conference, preferably next year. In the workshops that I was privileged to attend today, there was frequent mention made of intergenerational trauma and the negative outcomes of that for future generations and this generation. One I feel we should focus on, preferably at next year's LabNets conference, is a keynote section on intergenerational trauma, but with a focus on how do we address it. This is really important because there's vast amounts of research on intergenerational trauma, not only within our communities, those of us who are Black or African descent, but of other communities who also share intergenerational trauma, not to mention the Indigenous communities throughout Canada. And I feel there is a lot of similarities and comparisons that can actually be made, which would be beneficial for each of those communities to share. So I feel in terms of redressing intergenerational trauma, that should be the focus so that we can learn how to address it and basically limit the destruction that has been caused and is still continuing. Akia, thank you very much.
I just want to say, when I just recently moved from Toronto, but when I came home, I thought Brotherhood was a choir, like a church choir. I thought the Brotherhood is church choir. So I called Brotherhood yesterday. I got in contact with Sisterhood, but either way, I encourage all these Black men, because all these Black men usually have a stigma against doctors So I personally took accountability for myself because I went years without seeing doctors. So I personally called the line and booked an appointment for a full body check and a full medical, but what's a prostate? A prostate exam. So I'm saying anyone that has a stigma against a doctor, black men, like, drop the stigma, go to the doctor, get a checkup. It's gonna save our lives, no matter what way you look at it. So I encourage you all to take advantage of this black group of doctors. This is a phenomenal group. It's a thing that I think we need across the country because black men feel more comfortable with black men instead of going to white men. Because I wouldn't go to a white doctor, and I just came home and I found out about the Brotherhood, and now I'm at the Brotherhood conference. So I want to thank the people that put this conference on, and for making the opportunity to call a black doctor to book an appointment for a full body count. You know.
There's a question up top there.
Yeah, question right here, and then we get to the top. Working my way up.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is my second event. Last year was a bump, and this year is greater. It's getting greater, bigger, and I pray we'll start. Two aspects. The first is about the health. Yes, the man is not accustomed to hospitals. Women are, from the time they start their menstruation to the point they want to give birth, so they are used to seeing doctors. But it's unfortunate that most men, about 60% of them that get to the hospital, go with a stroke or heart attack, which they survive. So it's not a man's world to be in the hospital. So we need to keep preaching this. We need to keep telling ourselves, telling our kids, exposing ourselves, and have doctor friends. Don't see them as gods or outsiders, or see them as a friend. Pick a phone call, and it brings up the relationship, and you can easily free up what you have in mind. And the second aspect is about, should I put it as gang related, just like the gentleman over there said, the killings happening. You'll see in the news, gunshots, and it's a black man on the street. And I happen to have friends working around pristine areas, and it could be heartbreaking. And I believe that right here in this meeting, we have brothers, we have people who lost loved ones through those gang-related violence, and we have people that can actually stop it in this room. I don't know anybody. I'm an immigrant, right? But the honest truth, the connection can be gotten from this meeting. Can't we walk into our communities, have solidarity work? We know these people. The beef may not be between this generation, maybe generations past, and it has lingered for so long. When would this stop? I get scared if I want to go through the prison now to go see my friends over there. I'm worried, if I'm going to learn my kids to grow up, would I want them in that part of life? No. Where I come from too, the gang-related violences, right? But there are ways to stop it. This can breed love. If we don't stop it now, what's the community want to build on when the future is already at war with each other? Please, let's look at that. And about the taxes, I really love what you said. Please open your offices, give probably repeated counsels so we can grow through that. Thank you so much.
Hold on, looks like we got some time for a few more questions. We'll go back to next. Yeah, and then we are done.
So first things first, question for me. If you're funding me to cup because of what I say, it's all on me. But a lot of people have been talking about what's happened here today, what's happened in the past. And I think we all know, we're people here African descent, African Nova Scotian descent, and we all know just as much as we have something in common, there is a bit of a barrier and a divide between us. And I want to know what you said. First things first, I wasn't trying to get at you or anything, but we often go to that, everyone else on the outside. My apologies if you follow for any of because that wasn't the case. But I think we need to stop letting everybody else first and come together, and I think I see a lot of that happening here today, which is a beautiful thing. But we know that the system itself does, however, want to play us against one another. But that topic of unity, What I'm seeing here today, personally, is so much knowledge. First 6 hours, I don't want to ostracize nobody. But I was so happy when I was in Randy's breakout room, and everybody in the room, when I asked the question, how many people here have a post-secondary degree? Everybody in that room got their hands up. So I don't want to ostracize anybody here. But I want everybody else to see this baby as well. If you were a black man, whether African Nova Scotian or African descent, and you have a post-secondary degree, please put your hand up as high as you can right now. And if you have a post-secondary degree, just put your hand up as high as you can right now, low around the circle, and see how many black men you are surrounded with that have post-secondary education. Okay? I'm going to tell you a little bit about my past. Coming out of school, after going to school as a mature student, I couldn't afford it myself. I had to go out to the government side. I built a company to help folks like us go to school and we built $500 million worth of scholarships in our database. Because we know that of 100 of us that go into high school, one of us might come a post-secondary. We are in a room that a lot of black men don't get in rooms like this. And how many of us knew before there was this many post-secondaries in this place right now? Remember, go shoot. Azuka, going back to what Azuka said earlier on, cooperatives, etc. And instead of going to look at what you were saying, which is why I had my apology, but I jumped line. We don't come together often. And that system, it does come and tries to tear us down. But if we took all of this education and we came together, those problems that we're talking about trying to solve today, we would be able to do. But more often than not, we come together at these things and say, yo, haven't seen you in a long time. Good to see you. How's all this kind of stuff? But then when we leave here, yes, life gets in the way. But we go after not seeing each other for 3 months or 4 months until the next conference itself. And then we don't together. Look around you as you heard today. What you felt today. What you said to yourself, I believe we can accomplish it. If we each reach out to somebody in this room and say, I'm going to continue to work with you, where will we be 5 years from now? Because we're talking generational wealth, generational health, mental health. But if we each leave this place today and we don't actually come back to work with each other, our kids are going to be doing this 50 years from now. The problems are already solved.
Thank you. That's really good. Yeah, just a quick question. I moved here from Toronto 4 years ago with my family. And yeah, I'm sad to say we don't have a doctor up to this point. My wife is going through some complications with a tumor in her leg, and it's been like pulling teeth to get an appointment. We even booked a walking clinic, and she don't get there by 12 o'clock. She can't get. If she gets there at 12 o'clock, she can't even get an appointment because like people lined up there from hours, and she has to go back home. And it's been really difficult because the tumor is still in her leg, and some days it affects her worse than others, and we just need some attention. And it's been pulling teeth, you know. I'm probably gonna have to take her to a hospital and sit there and wait. It's been rough, you know. So I've been asked to employ home remedies, my little guy here and the other kids. So you know, it'd be nice to have a doctor. And for what my brother there said, I'm turning 54. Actually, I just turned 54. Sorry. And I want to do that examination. You know, I really want to do it. So it's been a concern of mine, but I need a doctor. You know, so I just.
Yeah, we're happy to see you at Brotherhood. My clinics are Mondays and Wednesdays, and also your wife can get in with the Nova Scotia Sisterhood. We can give you the information.
That'd be super. That'd be great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You don't look 54, you look 42. Hey.
Saying you looking good. That's the color. Let's see. Is there time for a question? Anyone else? There's like maybe one more question. Kyle, how we doing?
Like 4:35 now, so I know if you.
We're pulling teeth. Yeah. If you got a question, if no more questions, let's give all of our last one. This moment is up like.
Well, not even a comment about Bliff, but another thing I think that we need to touch on even next. This is my first conference. I didn't come last year. But another thing that's a problem in our communities as well is us doing our wills, right? That's a big problem that we need for the carry on generational wealth and whatnot. We have to have our wills in order. A lot of us are scared to do that, but I mean, from my experience, I need to let you guys know that that's something that we definitely need to touch on this way.
Thank you. So let's do one final applause for all of you for showing up. as you're leaving, whip out your cameras on your phone, scan the card, and give a survey or review. And you can take a picture out and you do the review when you get home. We appreciate you. Travel well, travel safe.